Ready?
Mhm. All right, we are ready to get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Gorana Kolar. I'm a Senior Associate Director at the Polsky Center, where I run the Alumni New Venture Challenge. Welcome to our 6th Annual Alumni NVC Finals. I'm happy to kick off today's virtual event, and I have the pleasure of introducing the Polsky Center's Executive Director of Booth Entrepreneurship, Erica Mercer. Erica oversees all of our entrepreneurship programming within Chicago Booth, leading a team in developing co-curricular programs and experiential learning opportunities for our MBA students, alumni, and all other stakeholders at the University of Chicago. This includes managing our startup portfolio, private equity, venture capital, entrepreneurship through acquisition, and our small business programs that serves the professional interests of students and alumni. Erica has been with the Polsky Center for some years now, and we're so happy to have her here today. Erica, over to you.
Thank you, Gorana. Hello. You to those who are joining from the Asia Pacific region, Latin America, EMEA, the East Coast of the US, the West Coast of the US, and those right here in the Midwest. As the multiple tracks of the New Venture Challenge have grown, so have its success stories. More than 370 businesses supported by the NVC are still operating today. They've raised over 1.9 billion and have created more than 8.5 billion in exit value. The program was pioneering when it launched, and it remains a national leader in university-based startup accelerators. The ANVC is the youngest of our NVC tracks, but certainly one of the mightiest, and it is the only one of our 5 tracks of the NVC that serves entrepreneurial UChicago alumni of all degree programs from around the world. So for starters, a huge congratulations to all 20 teams who participated in this year's ANVC, and to the 8 finalist teams that will be presenting here today and pitching for $100,000 in investment. You've all put in a tremendous amount of hard work, and you should be very, very proud of your efforts. I don't envy the judges who have a hard decision to make at the end of the day today. And speaking of judges, a big thank you to all the distinguished judges that are participating with us today. Also, thank you to the alumni, co-chairs, faculty, students, and sponsors that helped make this year's ANVC possible. I also want to take a moment to say a special thank you to the ANVC's fearless leader, Gorana Kolar. Gorana is the backbone of this program, and she's been a key factor in its launch, its growth, and its success over the last 6 years. Not only does Gorana manage every aspect of this program, including coordinating with alumni around the world, but she also puts in countless hours coaching and advising our alumni entrepreneurs. Thank you for everything you do, Gorana. And now, without further ado, let's get to the finalists. The entrepreneurs you'll hear from today span many geographies and many industries, from biotech to zero-weight coffee innovations and everything in between. Congratulations to all the teams on all the hard work you've put in and the progress you've made. Good luck today. With that, I'll turn it back to Gorana to kick things off.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Erica. So as Erica said, thank you to everyone for joining, the teams, the faculty, our students, sponsors, distinguished judges, and guests. So while we're here in Chicago, the teams that you'll be seeing today are truly from all over the world. One of the truly special things about the alumni track is that it really exemplifies the broad and global reach of the University of Chicago and the business school. And through this program, we have built a global network of entrepreneurs that support each other in launching and growing businesses. So the more that alumni can engage with this community, the more success it will have. So for anyone listening, please find ways to support our entrepreneurs, either with your time, mentorship, or investment. And as Erica mentioned, today we are celebrating the 8 finalist teams and the culminations of culmination of months of hard work. We commend the teams for making so much progress, and no matter what the results are, we are so proud of you. To run this program, we rely a lot on our alumni around the globe who volunteer their time to help our teams. So here you see a list of 25 alumni who have volunteered their time to serve as co-chairs to run the Alumni C program alongside the Polsky Center. They started this journey with us back in January, and not only were they responsible for recruiting and selecting the teams into this program and from a competitive application pool, but they've also provided so many hours of mentorship and coaching and educational support. So huge thank you to all of the co-chairs, and I know many of you are in this meeting right now. So we really cannot do this without you. I want to thank our alumni NVC sponsors, so Edward L. Kaplan, Leon Wagner, Michael Small, Susan Haypack, Ken O'Keefe, the Chicago Booth Women's Network, and the Market Strategy Group. I also want to thank our in-kind sponsors, 99 Designs, Airtable, AWS, HubSpot, Mintel. We've got John Butcher here from Mintel, Bubble, Transloaded, Clerky, and the Polsky Center Mentorship Program. So thank you all for your patience. And now I am so thrilled to introduce this fantastic group of judges who I know you are all carving out a huge chunk of your time out of your busy schedules, and you are really making an important contribution to the university by being here. Part of the reason our alumni teams have worked so hard is to have the opportunity to present to leading experts like you, to get your feedback, and hopefully to get your help. So with that, I'd like to have each of the judges introduce yourselves. Beth, we will start with you.
Hi, I'm Beth Andrews. I'm located in the Los Angeles area. I actually competed in 2002 in the New Venture Challenge. I work at Dell Technologies in life sciences and healthcare, so supporting infrastructure in those areas, but also working really closely with startups that partner with Dell Technologies. So I work with Scale Health, advisor to Mass Challenge. I actually competed in Mass Challenge in 2000 and won the Platinum Award and the AMA ROI Award. So multiple startups that I've been in and now working in technology.
Wonderful. We're thrilled to have you, Beth. Next, we have Sid.
Good morning, Sid Bala. I'm president of Calcium. It's a health tech platform here in Chicago where we aggregate health data across EMRs around the nation. We tap into about 94% of EMRs. Prior to that, I led an enterprise services company for about 26 years that I sold in 2020, and I am an alum of the college.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Sid. John Butcher.
Hello, good morning. John Butcher. I'm here in Chicago. I'm with Mintel. We're a global consumer research agency, and I established our US business.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. Waverly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I come to you from sunny Palm Springs, California. I know many of you, as several of you are my former students. So I'm super happy to see you all. I spent 22 years at Chicago Booth teaching entrepreneurship and coaching entrepreneurs, and started Wiseheart Advisory to continue my work with entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. I advise OCA Ventures and Pace Healthcare Ventures in Chicago.
Wonderful. Thanks, Waverly. And thank you for joining from California alongside Beth. Christopher.
Good morning, everyone from Chicago. I am the founder, Chris Deutsch, founder of Lofty Ventures. I invest in very early stage, mostly Chicago startups, and I've backed a number of Polsky and University of Chicago startups, including QB and Tavala, and actually, I believe
David.
Good morning and good luck to the teams. Good morning, Kevin Leininger.
As well. So thanks for being here. And Kwan. And we are just about running on time. So I just want to go over a few ground rules. So each team will have 10 minutes to present. We will strictly adhere to this. And then the teams will have 15 minutes of Q&A. So judges, please hold your questions for the Q&A and please do not interrupt the teams while they're presenting. Judges, we ask that your questions be concise. And if you want to advise any of the teams, we encourage you to follow up with the teams after their presentation. And judges, we will be sending you links to the evaluation forms. Please be sure to fill those out after each team's presentation. We will use that during the judges' deliberation later this afternoon. And then last, for the Q&A, judges, please use your raise hand feature in Zoom. It may have been a while since some of us have been on Zoom to raise our hands, but that's in your reactions in the bottom of your panel. And when you raise your hand, the team will see that and they will call on you. So that is everything. Are there any questions before we get started? And now I need to stop sharing my screen, which, one moment. Because where's my, where did I stop sharing my screen? Open on my window. All right. We will kick things off with our first team. We're ready. Go for it.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Rainika Agarwal, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of UpTrials, the first AI-enabled workforce software to help clinical research employers hire, upskill, and supercharge their workforce. I'm an alum of the Booth 2018 full-time class, where I had the opportunity to lead a company SPIF through NVC my first year under the guidance of many of the judges here today. So I'm very grateful to be back as an alum. Clinical trials are a $1 trillion growing global industry. They're responsible for many of the products that you use regularly and for many life-saving treatments that patients rely on. The way that clinical trials work is a pharmaceutical or medical device company known as a sponsor will lead the trial. They will hire contract research organizations or CROs to project manage the trial and will ultimately enlist research hospitals or clinics known as sites to run the trial. Across the ecosystem, stakeholders are benefiting from significant revenue, and this is only expected to increase with increasing trial demand and increasing trial complexity, which increases the number of sites required to execute trials. Unfortunately, sites are not able to keep up with this increasing demand and complexity. 50% of US trial site teams are understaffed in critical roles, which causes 80% of trials to take longer or terminate. Examples of these roles include the principal investigator or lead physician, the research coordinator who handles trial execution, and the research nurse who's needed for complex protocols. These roles are left vacant 5+ months on average, which can cost a sponsor $90 million in revenue and a site $300,000 in lost revenue. Understaffing is the top issue in the industry, affirmed at the recent Association for Clinical Research Professionals conference that UpTrials was at. We generated over 100 new business leads from this conference alone. While this is a key problem for sites, CROs, and sponsors, it's most acute for sites, so that's where we're starting. The problem is that sites need to hire specific skill sets for specific roles, and current hiring methods just don't pair supply and demand very well. Innovo Research is one of our customers, and they spent almost $200,000 on this problem last year. They can either use manual recruiters who charge 25% plus of an initial salary and return a mixed bag of candidates, or they can use online solutions that are less expensive, but where they have to screen through hundreds of applicants. By helping sites like Innovo hire the right talent faster, we can improve their trial funnel and top-line revenue. I want to highlight that while there's a large financial cost to this problem, the real cost is borne by patients. The situation that you see here is one that I encountered frequently when I was a senior director in business development for clinical trials at Tempus. Many times I had to report on patients who lost their lives either before a trial or during a trial due to hiring-related disruption. I was very upset and uncomfortable by accepting the human cost to an operational challenge, which is why I quit my job at Tempus to found UpTrials. Our mission is to improve how trial staff are hired, trained, and enabled to sustain future R&D. Hiring is the top need that enables us to build a platform for future growth. For hiring, we have launched a talent marketplace that connects employers with pre-screened talent. We're starting with sites, but we'll expand to CROs and sponsors, and we can support full-time, part-time, and contract roles. We will then move into learning and development. What's very interesting about clinical research is that most of us, myself included, end up in this profession by accident. And that's because, unlike nursing or medicine, there are very few formal pathways into the field. This presents a huge opportunity for UpTrials to launch learning and development to increase the supply and upskill the talent to really make UpTrials even stickier for our customers. Last but not least, we see the significant potential for our data, talent, and technology to further power clinical operations and make staff more productive by automating tasks like study startup, patient visit scheduling, and data monitoring.
Hey, Renika, I'm so sorry to stop you. For some reason, the judges are not seeing your slides, so we will have to. We'll have to start you again. I think it's something
that's
on
so
our
weird.
end.
Okay, sure.
I'm so sorry. Give us 1 minute.
That's okay.
I'm seeing your slides, and we're all seeing your slides here on our team, but none of the judges are able to see your slides. I'm so sorry. Give us 1 minute.
No problem. And then, Garana, I'm not able
All right, go for it.
Hi, everyone. Take two. My name is Rainika Agarwal, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of UpTrials, the first AI-enabled software to help clinical research employers hire, upskill, and supercharge their workforce. I'm an alum of the Booth 2018 full-time class, where I had the opportunity to lead a company spiff through ANVC my first year under the guidance of many of the judges here today. So I'm very excited to be back as an alum. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Clinical trials are a $1 trillion growing global industry. They're responsible for many of the products that you use on a regular basis and for life-saving treatments that are important for patients. The way that trials work is a pharmaceutical or medical device company known as a sponsor will lead the trial. They will hire contract research organizations or CROs to project manage and will enlist research hospitals or clinics known as trial sites to run the trial. Across the ecosystem, stakeholders are generating significant revenue, and this is expected to increase as we see further trial demand and increasing trial complexity, which in turn increases the number of sites required to run the trial. Unfortunately, sites are unable to keep up with this increasing demand and complexity. 50% of US trial site teams are understaffed in critical roles, which causes 80% of trials to take longer or terminate. Examples of these roles are the principal investigator or the lead physician on the trial, the research coordinator who's responsible for most of the trial execution, including screening patients, and the research nurse who supports complex protocols. These roles are often left vacant for 5+ months on average, which can cost a sponsor $90 million in foregone revenue and a site $300,000 in foregone revenue. Understaffing is the top issue in the industry, affirmed at the recent Association for Clinical Research Professionals conference, where UpTrials generated 100 new business leads. While this is a problem for sites, CROs, and sponsors, it is most acute at the site level, so that's where we're starting. Sites need to hire specific skill sets for specific roles, and current hiring methods just don't pair supply with demand very well. Innovo, one of our customers, spent almost $200,000 on this problem last year. Their options are either recruiters that charge 25% of an initial salary and are very mixed in terms of their results, or online options that are less expensive, but where customers have to screen through hundreds of applicants. By helping sites like Innovo hire the right talent faster, we can help them run more trials more quickly, increasing their trial funnel and top-line revenue. I want to highlight that while there is a large financial cost to this problem, the real cost is borne by patients who lose access to treatment and often to their life. What you see here is a situation that I encountered frequently as a senior director in clinical trials at Tempus, where very often I had to report on patients who passed away pre-trial or mid-trial due to this disruption. I wasn't comfortable with accepting this human cost to an operational problem, and so I left my job at Tempus to found UpTrials. Our mission is to improve how trial staff are hired, trained, and enabled to sustain future R&D. We're starting with hiring since that's the hair-on-fire need for our customers that enables us to build a platform for future growth and scale. For hiring, we've launched a talent marketplace that helps employers hire from pre-screened talent. Our current customers are sites, but we're expanding to CROs and sponsors, and we can support full-time, part-time, and contract hires. We will then move into learning and development. What's very interesting about clinical research is that most professionals in the field, myself included, end up here by accident because there are few formal pathways into the field the way there are for nursing or for medicine. This presents a significant opportunity for UpTrials to launch learning and development to help increase the supply, upskill current talent, and make UpTrials stickier for all customers. Last but not least, we see significant potential to use our data, talent pool, and technology to further support clinical operations and improve staff productivity by automating aspects of the process like study startup, patient visit scheduling, budgets, and coverage analysis. What you see on the left is a screenshot of our current talent marketplace. This product is differentiated in a few key ways. First of all, we have proprietary pre-screening that ensures that all job seekers have prior clinical research experience or training. We also have a matching algorithm that pairs jobs and job seekers on research-specific criteria. We're building the largest network of clinical research talent, and we have a highly diverse candidate pool. There is enough data showing that patients are more likely to enroll and stay on trial when they feel represented by their care teams. So having more diverse staff improves patient diversity in trials. By helping to reduce the number of vacancies and improve the quality of talent hired, we can help employers improve patient enrollment, trial success, and trial outcomes. I want to talk about how we will further increase our tech differentiation through AI. In the pre-screening process, we can apply natural language processing to user inputs from resumes, video interviews, and personality assessments. In the hiring phase, we will continue to augment our algorithm and can introduce a generative AI wizard for posts, profiles, and hiring suggestions. For learning, we can launch online modules and an AI-driven chatbot to help answer on-the-job queries. The average research coordinator is spending over 18 hours per trial on training, so there's a huge opportunity there. Last but not least, we're very focused on building up our corpus of data. Our data in and of itself is unique, differentiated, and valuable to our customers, and can form the basis for our own future AI models for scoring and predictive analytics on metrics like predicted retention for a potential hire. So I told you about my background. I worked at Tempus in clinical trials where I experienced this problem firsthand. I previously founded Tonotech, an ophthalmic medical device company, and Spiff, a company I took through NVC in the CRM space. I also used to work at LinkedIn with their recruiting products, so UpTrials uniquely combines my experiences. My CTO and better half, Eugene, was formerly the CTO of Explorer Surgical, a booth-incubated surgical software startup that exited to GHX in 2021. We were actually introduced by Explorer's CEO, Jennifer Freed, also a Booth alum, so ours is very much a Booth story. We recently hired Molly to lead our operations and growth. And for advisors, we're lucky to have Craig Lipset. He's a former head of clinical innovation at Pfizer and a current co-chair of the Decentralized Clinical Trial and Research Alliance, and Tyler Payne, who was a former leader in CVS in their clinical trials group. I'm very proud to say that after launching our product in January, we've seen very strong early traction. We have sold to 5 enterprise customers in an average sales cycle of 3 months at an average CAC of about $3K. And we have over 1,000 job seekers in our database. Our customers include Northwell Health, New York's largest private provider that runs over 1,000 clinical trials a year. We're moving towards $160,000 average contract value that relies on charging employers a monthly subscription and a per hire fee. For job seekers, the platform is currently free, but we will introduce a monthly subscription as we roll out premium features. I want to highlight that this is what we feel is one of the biggest untapped opportunities in the healthcare market. If we just look at the hiring and learning and development piece alone, we see an $8 billion TAM there. Many people often don't realize that there are 20,500 sites in the US alone who could be our potential customers. As we move towards trial productivity and more clinical operations type support, that's where our TAM can increase to 68 billion, as we will be able to charge on a per trial basis. We're very happy to have seen a lot of organic growth in our database, and we will continue to build on organic momentum with paid strategies. Organic strategies that have worked for us are thought leadership, partnerships, and referrals. And on the paid side, we're engaging more in digital advertising, outbound marketing, and conferences. So I was at the Association for Clinical Research Professionals conference with Eugene. I'll be at the Global Site Solutions Summit as a speaker in September. These are all mouthfuls, but conferences are really helpful for us. Just double clicking on the partnership piece, all of the organizations that you see here offer complementary services to job seekers and employers. These services include certification, training, and so by partnering with them, we've really been able to scale our database, and especially as we move into learning and development, thinking strategically about how we leverage synergies is going to be key. We are the only technology platform for clinical research, hiring, and workforce management, and we believe that we benefit from a strong first mover advantage. The customer relationships that we're building and the database of job seekers that we're building will make it difficult for customers to switch and create a high barrier to entry for other competitors. Our competitors are in 2 main buckets. There are either manual solutions like staffing firms that include research, or online solutions that don't address research at all, like Incredible Health for nursing, or don't address research very well, like LinkedIn or Indeed. As we start moving to support sponsors and into trial operations, that's where we could start to compete with CROs and some of the other technology vendors, but they could also be our partners and customers. So I love the fact that lines are gray in this industry. We're very proud of the fact that we're generating revenue after less than a year of full-time work. We have a $4 million pipeline with line of sight to close $1 million this year. Potential customers include HCA, one of the US's largest hospital systems, and Walgreens. We're currently raising $1 million for 12 to 18 months, which we believe can generate $4 million in revenue for us. Thank you so much. We're super excited about what we're doing and hope you'll join us on this journey. Thank you.
Great job, Renuka. Judges, please raise your hand if you have questions.
Okay, I'm going to try to, okay, let me see. Kevin.
Hi, great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
My last company serviced the commercial ends of biopharma, so I know a little bit about that world. It's really interesting, as you know, I think pretty well, we're entering a world of a very small patient population biotherapeutics, right? It seems to me one of the big challenges this industry has, and I'm curious how you might help address it, because I think it's a huge issue. It can no longer cost over $1 billion a year to get a drug therapy approved because there aren't enough patients, right? It seems to me there's a huge opportunity to dramatically reduce the cost of clinical trials. Talk to us a little bit about how you might help do that, because I think that's going to be critical for these therapies to get in the hands of patients. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. What I love about clinical trials is operationally, they are the biggest cluster in the world. And so there is a lot of opportunity, as you alluded to. In terms of the patient recruitment piece specifically, you're right that it is getting increasingly tough to enroll patients for these complex protocols. You know, our thesis is that, again, the work of enrolling patients is actually done on the ground, right? By the research coordinator, by the nurse. So fundamentally, by improving the quality of talent at the ground level and ensuring that if it's a cardiovascular trial, you've got a research nurse who's experienced at reviewing EMR records for cardiovascular patients. You know, that should move the needle on patient recruitment. In terms of other ways that we can build, you know, we've thought about whether our marketplace technology could effectively extend to include patients as well. So today we're, for example, connecting sites with potential talent. Could we not support them in connecting with patients? Again, as we move in that direction, we'd have to start thinking about making sure that we're HIPAA compliant given the inclusion of patient data, but that's something that Eugene is very well versed in. And then other applications include actually tools to help individuals doing the patient recruitment process. So for example, better marketing tools for a research coordinator who's trying to promote a trial to a particular population. So lots of different ways that we can approach it, but fundamentally the way we're thinking is how do we use our current tech stack, and then what additional SaaS features make sense to build for the kind of customers that we're working with. So thank you for the question. I hope that answers it. Great. I will then kind of just go in order here. I'll go to David next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. This is just a big picture, a backdrop for me. The staffing problem is so persistent, as you outlined, pronounced, and you do have some competitors. Is there something systemic, therefore very challenging for your business model about the space that makes it an ongoing staffing problem?
Yes. So part of what makes it an ongoing staffing problem is really that these are very high burnout jobs that are continuing to be squeezed. And so if you think about, again, high turnover, a lot of these roles turn over 50% year on year. That is certainly systemic. And I think that that's something that we don't necessarily see changing anytime soon. But again, thinking about learning and development, coaching, ways that we can really support individuals on the ground, I think that's one way that we can address that. The other element that's systemic here is, again, just increasing demand with the same or, again, less levels of staffing. That is not a trend that we see changing anytime soon. I think what makes clinical research very specific is that, again, there are very specific skill sets that you need for these roles. So if you're doing, you know, a cell and gene therapy trial or an oncology trial, you need people who have those skill sets. And so I think all of those factors make staffing in this space particularly unique. I think the other big one that I would pull on is the lack of research, training, and development. So for nursing, for example, you can always pull on the graduating, you know, BSN or RN class from all the different universities. You don't have that same kind of established funnel for clinical research, which again creates a really big opportunity for us to enter.
Thank you. Helpful.
Yep. Thank you. Waverly.
Hey, Renika. Great.
Hi.
Great
nice
job.
to see you again.
talk a little bit about your talent sourcing strategy? Because it seems to me that that's the key to making this platform successful. Thanks.
Absolutely. And I think it's helpful to kind of talk about the kinds of profiles that we look for, right? So if you look at my screen here, really there are 3 types of job seekers that we support. So you've got current clinical research professionals. These are individuals in these roles who are looking for better opportunities, burned out, maybe something that gives them more balance, a little more professional development. Then you've got transitioning medical professionals. So medical writers, scribes, phlebotomists, a lot of these individuals can take entry-level clinical research roles. And then industry switchers. So again, people who have administrative experience or assistant experience elsewhere. The specialization does to a certain degree vary on the level of role being hired for. So clinical trial assistants, you can be a little bit more general. That's where some of these industry switchers or transitioning medical professionals would fill in. And then of course, more experienced roles like a clinical research coordinator 2 or a site director, that's where you need more experienced talent. And that's where you're pulling on those current clinical research professionals. In terms of how we are sourcing
that's great
talent,
on the who. Yeah, let's have the
yes,
how.
Yep. Yep. So this is a very active pool of job seekers. And so a lot of the thought leadership on LinkedIn, on our website, on research-specific blogs has been very helpful. Our team is being really strategic in targeting these people where they're at. So that includes the clinical research Reddit, that includes research conferences like the Association for Clinical Research Professionals that was hyper-targeted towards this audience. We are using some of the same platforms that our competitors would use to find talent, such as LinkedIn or Indeed. But again, I think the value proposition of helping these individuals stand out in a research-specific platform where they can hire or highlight research-specific skills has been resonating. Does that answer your question?
It's a start.
I think to your point in terms of differentiation, again, we are tapping in some of the similar pools that our competitors are at, right? So when we're at the conference, we see staffing firms there as well. I think the main differentiator is how we appeal to these individuals and offer them, again, the opportunity to have a higher likelihood of interview because they can be specific about their clinical research background. And happy to follow up as well. Thank you. Next, I'll go to Chris.
Hi, Renuka. Great to see you again. You've made a lot of progress since we last spoke. Very simple question. Oh, and I also love to see that Jen Fried connected you guys. I'm actually an investor in her most recent startup.
Awesome.
Very simple question here. As you're at today, what do you see as your biggest risks moving forward, and how are you going to mitigate those risks moving forward?
Yep. So I think the biggest risks come down to, we know we have the right problem. It's really about, can we deliver on our solution? And I think that relies on answering the question of, can we control for the subjectivity that exists in the hiring process? So, some challenges that we've seen are sometimes, all of the customers that we work with have mentioned that the quality of our candidates is very high, right? But in some cases, one site director may not like the person that we're suggesting, or there might be kind of a personality difference that leads them in a different direction. And so, ways that we've thought about controlling that from a product perspective are, again, kind of building in further automation into our pre-screening that builds on the input directly from our customers, building in additional revenue streams to balance the per hire fee. But I think that is probably one of the biggest risks. And then again, if we are, solely based on the hiring market, there is obviously fluctuations in demand there. We're lucky that the clinical research market has been a little insulated from some of the headwinds in recruiting, in that we've seen consistently more and more jobs being posted over the past few years. But again, that's certainly a risk as well. Thank you. Allison?
Yeah, nice job. So fortunately, this is an area where AI is having like a pretty big impact, particularly on patient recruitment. There's a lot of solutions for enabling the use of AI to match patients to trials more effectively that are starting to emerge. How does that impact the problem? Like, what does that make it like that there's a need for fewer folks staffing these trials, et cetera? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, definitely. So from what I've seen in the patient recruitment technology space, a lot of those platforms are focused on either connecting patients directly with clinical trial opportunities, so connecting them with the sponsor or with the site, Or I've also seen tools where it's trying to help improve the surfacing of patients through EMR or EHR records. Those are kind of the two main applications I've seen. That doesn't really change the staffing need on the ground, because what happens is, even if you connect a patient to a trial, or even if you've improved the ability to screen or identify that particular patient, the actual checking of that patient's records, consenting the patient, that's all still done on the ground by a research coordinator. So I think that those tools maybe marginally make it easier for the team, but don't eradicate the need for them. Mark.
Hey, Veronica, how are you? Good to see you again.
Good.
One thing, it seems like this is a good short-term problem. What indications do you have that it's a long-term industry issue? And then how does that affect your financials? Because I don't recall seeing your multi-year financials.
Sure. Yeah, let me go to that and kind of speak to that as well.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay. So this is certainly a long-term problem in that, unlike other areas like nursing, for example, where the pandemic really increased the number of frontline workers that we need, the pandemic shone a spotlight on this understaffing issue. But really, this is a systemic problem that has been around for a long time that's getting worse and worse year on year. Again, this is something that cross-industry stakeholders are very much focused on. And I think that what makes this a long-term problem is that it's multifaceted. So one piece is, again, improving the matching of supply and demand, which is what we address with the marketplace. But then the learning and development and how you build a strong and sustainable pool that continues to grow over time, that's also another part of the problem. So I think that, as we continue to build into that, and then some people have alluded to it here, but thinking about how we further improve clinical operations. Again, if we have all of this data on site capabilities, we've got a highly trained and qualified talent pool of clinical research staff, and we've got marketplace technology, we can start to play further into optimizing clinical operations. For example, site selection. When sponsors choose sites, right now they have no data on how well staffed or what the capabilities of individual sites are. That's something that could uniquely position us. So, very much hiring is the wedge into a longer term problem of empowering the workforce that also includes learning and development and productivity tools. And from a revenue perspective, what you'll see here is that because, again, that 120K ACV assumes that we can make at least 10 placements per year, I don't feel that the threshold of customers we need to attain is that unrealistic from what we have achieved in terms of our ability to grow steadily. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Ellen.
Hi, Renuka. Good presentation, and you've made a lot of progress since the last time we talked.
Thank you.
Because of these problems, patient recruitment, staff recruitment, a number of pharmaceutical companies have been going outside the United States to do clinical trials. And so I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about, is that an opportunity for you long term? Have you had any conversations about that?
Definitely. So I think when we talk about how we could support sponsors, right, in our customer expansion, there are kind of two key ways that we could do that. So one is sponsors will often hire contractors for high priority sites and high priority trials. And this can often include hiring contractors for their ex-US trials. So that's one way that we could support sponsors. The other is, of course, hiring for their own internal roles. So sponsors also struggle to hire research experienced staff for roles like clinical operations, study startup. So that's one way we could play into supporting international trials, is supporting them on contractor talent. I would say that this problem we have validated in some ex-US markets. So Australia, for example, is a market that actually punches above its weight when it comes to running clinical trials for US-based companies. And many individuals there have affirmed that this problem is pervasive there too. So to really support that, it would be, again, contractors for some of those ex-US trials and potentially supporting on-the-ground teams as well. Thank you. Beth.
Hi, Renuka. Great job.
Thank you.
Just a question on the additional revenue streams. I mean, the space is really crowded in patient recruiting. I find it hard when I look at companies to really, look at the differentiation. So curious on where you think you would differentiate there. Also, are you only targeting sites, or Are you also looking at DCT and sort of back to my differentiation? I'm a patient in clinical trials, and I find in the DCTs to be relatively unsupported. So I don't see, I get the sense that there's still that struggle out there for adoption. So, and congrats on getting Craig. Craig's awesome as an advisor.
It's really great. Yes, yes, yes. That's a great question, Beth. So I will try to address that. And it's great to hear that you're very involved in the space. So in terms of who we're working with, we are working with sites mainly, again, because they are facing this challenge the most acutely. Within that space, so we are exploring different opportunities to support DCT as well. So for example, Walgreens is kind of an interesting customer where they are technically a site. So they're turning a lot of their pharmacies into decentralized clinical trial sites. And they would basically use us to staff up their different pharmacies in that regard. So definitely we are exploring the DCT space. That is a space that Craig knows very well. And so I think we certainly see a lot of opportunity there. In terms of your point around differentiation, I think this is also why we're starting with hiring as a wedge. I think one, it's an acute need that we don't see anyone else really addressing in a targeted way. And two, it does enable us to differentiate when we build out to clinical operations. And so I'll give you a few examples of that for additional revenue streams. So let's look at the different phases of a trial startup, trial conduct, trial closeout. If you look at the startup process and you think about aspects like site selection, even how staffing is handled today, it's very foreseeable that with our current technology, we could use our data to help tell sponsors, hey, you should choose this site because they have team members who can execute on cardiovascular. Or we can say, hey, for your upcoming phase 3 trial that requires 50 different oncology sites, why don't you work with us to proactively select those sites and make sure they're staffed up appropriately? We can also connect sites with sponsors for new trial opportunities. So again, in that trial startup space, that's where there's a lot of inefficiency. That's where patient enrollment happens, and that's where we can definitely move the needle. As we move into trial conduct and trial closeout, that's where—
Renika, we are at time. Could you please wrap up the question?
Yeah, just very quickly, you're right that as we go further into clinical ops, it gets more and more crowded. But again, despite the number of tech solutions out there, there are still a lot of gaps in point solutions for things like patient visit scheduling, protocol analyzers. So I think we see a lot of opportunity there.
Great. Thank you. Great job, and great job handling the tech hiccups in the beginning. We appreciate your patience, and thank you, judges, as well, for keeping us informed.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stephen Lee, founder and CEO of Meristem Bio, and we're developing a free-from-tree platform to harvest important plant extracts to save lives and make our planet greener. So every second, we're losing a forest the size of a football field, and with it, valuable medicinal plant resources. Instead of relying on traditional plant extraction methods where the trees are harvested, we're leveraging a free-from-tree platform to produce important plant compounds in the lab. Our lead program will focus on the Chilean soapbark tree, Calea saponaria. It produces QS21 saponin, a key component of GSK's vaccine, Shingrix, which generated close to $4 billion for them in 2022. QS21 is an adjuvant that enhances the vaccine's effectiveness. In clinical trials, Shingrix was more than 90% effective at preventing shingles, whereas the competing non-adjuvated product, Zostavax from Merck, was only 50% effective. Big Pharma has taken a strong interest in QS21, but its broader applications have been limited by its supply bottleneck. Because of its chemical complexity, currently the only commercially feasible means to obtain QS21 is from the Calea tree bark. However, deforestation has led to a limited supply of Calea trees, and when it's stripped of its bark, like the tree in the photo, it's prone to dying. At Meristem Bio, we're leveraging a free-from-tree platform to produce QS21 in the lab. Currently, the bark of Calea trees that are more than a decade old and typically 30 to 40-year-old trees are harvested and made into wood chips, which are put through a series of filtration and purification steps that can cost anywhere from $100,000 to $400,000 just to produce a gram of highly purified QS21. At Meristem Bio, we're developing a platform that leverages plant stem cell culturing in a lab to reduce time and cost. By isolating plant stem cells that can grow indefinitely, we'll be able to store the cells and expand them to produce QS21 whenever we need to in a span of few weeks as opposed to several years. And because we're using cell culture as opposed to plant raw material, there will be less residues to filter and purify, which in turn will bring down the cost to obtain QS21. Our free-from-tree platform will enable us to scale up QS21 production in a sustainable manner without harming the environment. In the future, we plan to apply our platform to other plant targets identified in our pipeline, which together address a market size that's greater than $100 billion. Now, coming back to QS21, the current tree bark extraction process is not easy to scale and sustain. Meristem Bio and companies like GSK and Safonix are leveraging plant cell culturing methods to address this supply chain unmet need. However, not all plant cell culturing is the same. We believe that our competitors are using dedifferentiated cell, whereas Meristem Bio is focused on isolating and utilizing undifferentiated cells to produce QS21. The difference between the two cell types are highlighted in this slide, and it shows that undifferentiated cells like CMCs are more stable and better for scaling than DDCs. This is an airlift bioreactor. It's typically used to grow plant cells in suspension. And as you can see, the cells are exposed to a harsh, turbulent condition. So the CMC cellular traits encircled here in the blue dotted line will be critical to developing a free-from-tree platform that can be scaled and made to yield more QS21 consistently and sustainably. Our revenue model is a supply business model. We expect to generate revenue within 5 years timeframe. The global vaccine adjuvant market size is valued at about $3 billion, expected to reach double this amount in the next 6 years. And it's dominated by big pharma players like GSK, J&J, to name a few. Although its efficacy as a strong vaccine adjuvant has been clinically proven, QS21-based adjuvants account for only 2% of this market. As mentioned before, this is largely because of its supply constraints. For our business strategy, we focus on plant compounds like QS21 that's been already commercialized, but limited by supply challenges. Now, GSK is one of our potential customers. They have 2 blockbuster vaccines out in the market, Shingrix, I mentioned that earlier, and Arexvy. Both rely on tree bark extracted QS21. When they reach their sales peak, it's been estimated that more than 40 million doses combined per year could be dispensed out. If Meristem Bio becomes GSK's supplier of QS21, we have the potential to generate over $300 million per year within the next 5 years, just based on the 2 vaccines. Now, we have a clear roadmap that will guide us to product launching, but our team is flexible and nimble, so we can pivot if needed. Meristem Bio's initial focus will be on the R&D, and during the first year, our goal is to isolate then grow CMC from the Kilea branch samples. We'll also test the CMCs to see if they are producing QS21 or can be induced to do so, and compare bioactivity to see if it matches that of the tree bark extracted QS21. In year 2, our focus will be to establish stable CMC cell lines that can be cryopreserved while optimizing QS21 production in parallel. Finally, in year 3, we'll focus our efforts on fine-tuning the scale-up process while ensuring that the final QS21 is biologically active. Our current funding need is $2 million. This will help us to get to product launch readiness stage within 4 to 5 years from funding. We're an experienced international team with complementary skills focused on executing our business plan. I have more than 20 years of experience working in the life sciences sector. I have a PhD in biochemistry from Oxford, and as a Chicago booth alum, I'm very excited to have Meristem Bio taking part in this year's ANVC finals. In the past, I've also led other biotech startups, and prior to launching Meristem Bio, I was responsible for sourcing and transacting on early stage innovation coming out of the APAC region for Johnson & Johnson, where the idea of launching Meristem Bio was actually seeded. My colleagues Byung-ho and Ben are also based here in Hong Kong. Byung-ho is a tenure associate professor at CUHK. He's our plant science expert. Ben is our legal expert, and he has been working in the legal profession for more than a decade. Oscar is based in Miami. He's an experienced international business executive. He supports us on business development and fundraising. Seppo, who splits his time between Finland and Portugal, is a retired venture capitalist. He founded the first healthcare-focused venture fund in Finland and is a board member of several healthcare startups. He will also support us on fundraising and advise us on board governance. The timeline on this slide highlights some of the milestones that we have achieved so far. So, for instance, we filed our US provisional patent and incorporated Meristem Bio in Hong Kong last year. Also, we signed a material transfer agreement with CUHK, and we've initiated our validation experiments, and we're on our way to isolating undifferentiated CMCs. Most recently, we signed a research collaboration agreement with another top-tier Hong Kong university to explore synergies between QS21 and their novel cancer vaccine. Now, for our investors, we provide an attractive near-term liquidity path. Within 3 to 4 years from funding, we'll be a prime acquisition target for big vaccine players like GSK, Pfizer, or J&J. In terms of comparables, I list some examples here under the acquisition licensing header. And as an alternative liquidity event, under the current Hong Kong Stock Exchange's pre-revenue biotech listing rule, we can consider going public as well. I list Protalix as an example because they're a plant cell culture-based company, but with the caveat that they're a drug developer as opposed to an API supplier. Now, we're very excited about the prospect of leveraging our free-from-tree platform to produce important plant compounds like QS21 to prevent diseases, save lives, and make our planet greener. So we look forward to connecting with like-minded individuals and strategic partners who can help us to grow Meristem Bio. Thank you.
Great job, Stephen. You have some questions from the judges. Are you able to see their hands?
I can, yeah. I'll just call down the list. Juan?
Yes, Stephen, thank you for the great presentation. If I recall it correctly, you mentioned it would take about 5 years before commercialization generate revenue, correct?
That's our target, yes.
Yeah, that's your target. Got it. So what are the core research challenges today and any ideas that you might be able to compress that timeline?
So with our research efforts, I think the challenge lies in whether we can keep the so-called undifferentiated stem cell in its immortal state. And that's very crucial to our efforts here. How long that's going to take will really depend on manpower and the funding that we receive. And ultimately, of course, we want to try to induce these immortal cells into producing QS21 in commercially feasible amount. Yes, David.
As noted, you do have a long runway and you do have competitors. Therefore, what is your reaction to the recent article that Berkeley Lab used synthetic biology to produce QS21 in yeast?
Yeah, so I saw that paper, and they are collaborating with the INS Research Center in the UK, and the INS Research Center have produced QS7, another derivative version of safranin found in this tree, and they're using transgenic tobacco leaves to produce that. With the Berkeley lab, they're able to use yeast cells to produce QS21, the compound that we're trying to produce. But if you read the paper, they're only able to produce 100 micrograms of QS21 in 3 days. To give you a bit more perspective, GSK's Shingrix that I told you earlier about, that they sold about 13 million doses in 2022. 13 million doses equates to about 6 kilograms of QS21 that's required. They're not commercial scale yet. Let me just put it that way.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Hi, sorry about that. So assuming you're successful in being able to produce this in the lab, can you talk about, are there any regulatory hurdles you have to go through to kind of prove substantial equivalence to the current plant cells?
Yeah, so we purposely chose this business strategy because of that issue. As you know, this industry is heavily regulated. So if you were to pursue developing a new vaccine adjuvant, for example, that's going to require 15 years as opposed to 5 years to commercial launching for us. And we're able to do that because we're choosing plant compounds that's already being used. So for example, GSK, they use QS21 in their vaccines, Shingrix and Arexvy. So the FDA already knows that this is proven compound. And we're not trying to make a novel vaccine adjuvant ourselves. We're only supplying them the raw ingredient to companies like GSK. So there's no heavy regulatory approval process that we need to go through.
Thank you.
David?
I think David already asked this question.
Sorry, the hand was still raised. I'm just calling from the top of my list. In that case, Allison?
Yeah, so could you talk about kind of the risks and what you're thinking about as far as scaling this from kind of lab scale and proving out the science to manufacturing scale that vaccine manufacturers would need?
Yeah, like all technology companies, the risk is in the R&D. Are we able to keep our undifferentiated cells in its immortal state? And can we induce them to produce QS21 to a scalable amount that the pharma company requires? That's why we're raising the money, so we can do that work. Scaling, I think if we can show in our proof of principle study that this can be induced, scaling should be easier than other plant cell culture type of platforms, because as I said in my slides, most of the companies that are using plant cell culture, they're using dedifferentiated cells. And these cells are prone to clumping, aggregation in suspension. What that means is that it's very difficult to scale, because when you have cells that are clumped together, it creates a separate environment. Inside the core of that aggregation is very different from the outside of that aggregation. And the cells are producing very different things. And it's very difficult to have a controlled batch yield, let me say that. So we're isolating undifferentiated cells as opposed to dedifferentiated cells. And undifferentiated cells tends to clump together less. And therefore, we'll be able to scale better in theory. Mark?
Allison asked the question I was going to ask about scale, but I'll take a different question. If you prove this out for QS21, what gives you the indication that there's an opportunity with other drugs to do it? Is your work specifically tied to QS21, or is it tied to the process by which you use it, and you'll find other chemical compounds that can be discovered out of plant materials, and same approach can be used?
Yeah, so QS21 is our pilot project. And if we're able to show proof of principle data there, we have identified 5 other plant targets that we'll go after. So each of these targets are addressing billion-dollar market sizes. So as I said earlier, combined, we're addressing $100 billion market opportunities. In terms of our potential customer base, I would place them into 3 buckets. First bucket are companies who have either a QS21 based product already out in the market or in the clinics. That's like companies like GSK, Novavax, and the US military has their own proprietary QS21 based vaccine adjuvant that they're testing out in various clinical trials at the moment. So that's our first bucket of potential customers. Second bucket of potential customers are vaccine companies who are interested in using our QS21 to create their own novel vaccine adjuvant. So that's like companies like J&J, CanSino Bio here in China, etc. Then the last bucket will be companies who are thinking about using QS21 beyond the traditional vaccine infectious diseases. So companies or even academics like the local university that we partner with, they want to use our QS21 with their cancer vaccine. So that would be our third potential partner bucket that we'll pursue.
Thank you.
Yeah. Beth?
Yeah, I think you answered most of my questions, but what other, maybe outside of pharma, use cases are there for QS21?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. Right now, our core strength lies in pharma, so we're going to focus on that initially. But as you said, QS21, not QS21 per se, but Kilea extracts is how it's known within the space. And there's different purity of Kilea extracts. There's type 1, type 2, and highly purified Kilea extracts used in various different industries, like agriculture as a pesticide, in the food and beverage industry as a foaming agent, in cosmetics as a emollient, etc. Those are potentially areas we can tap into, but I think the barrier to entry for those industries are a lot lower than the pharma. For pharma, you need a very highly purified QS21. And that's the reason why the barrier is high. So we want to focus on that and see if the other sectors are worth getting into later.
Thank you.
Sham?
Sorry. Thank you. I have zero background in biotech, so I'm going to ask a real 101 question. If undifferentiated cells are plant cells are better, and stem cells are a better process, I'm just curious why these other companies haven't explored that option. And second part of the question is, why did you guys pick QS21 first? I presume there are a whole bunch of options. I'm just curious why you picked that one.
Yeah, let me start with the last question. Meristem Bio was launched while I was working at J&J Innovation. So there, we're looking for other novel vaccine adjuvants. And we landed on QS21, but we discovered that the way it's being produced had challenges, supply challenges, because it needs to be extracted from the tree, right? So we're looking for other opportunities. Then I was aware of other companies using plant cell culturing to produce biologicals and other plant extracts. And I wanted to see if we can combine the two technologies, see if there's a happy marriage there, and that's how Meristem Bio got started. But QS21, again has its efficacy has been proven in the clinics, as I said earlier. And the reason why QS21 is highly sought after is because as a vaccine adjuvant, it's able to trigger something called the antibody-mediated immune response plus the cell-mediated immune response. Traditional vaccine adjuvants like aluminum salt-based vaccine adjuvant that's used quite widely is only able to trigger the antibody-mediated immune response. And when you have viral infection like shingles, these viruses can hide in the host's neuron cells and lie dormant for a long time. Antibody-mediated immune response will not be able to detect those cells, whereas cell-mediated immune response can detect those infected cells and kill it off. Sorry, I'm being a little bit technical here, but I thought the beauty in what QS21 could provide, and because of the current supply challenge, I figured using the plant cell culture could be one way to address this, and that's why we're focusing on this. In terms of why aren't other companies using undifferentiated cells? Well, if you look at the plant structure, that layer where the undifferentiated cells exist is very thin. It is not easy to isolate purely undifferentiated cells, but we have the know-how internally. So we're going to leverage that to see if we can isolate it and grow that and keep it immortal. Most companies are using dedifferentiated cells because they're easier to actually grow. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the judges?
I have my team members online here as well. I want to give them a chance to add any additional comments if they have any.
No, I think you did a good job, Stephen. Well, thank you so much. Great job. Go for it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eleanor Jacobs. I am a Booth alum, and I am the founder of Familial. Familial is a holistic long-term planning and estate organization software for families. Familial was started after my family's personal experiences. My grandparents were married for more than 60 years, and throughout that time, my grandpa led their entire financial life. When his health suddenly declined, my grandma struggled to pay bills for the first time. At 83, you can imagine the panic that she felt, receiving a final overdue notice that their electricity was going to be shut off because the paper check my grandpa sent every single month had not been received. Stepping back, we can look at the broader context. As the baby boomers age, over the next 2 decades, $80 trillion is going to transfer between generations. Historically, the way this was handled was via paper mail. Even prepared families and excellent estate attorneys had mail forwarded for up to a year in order to try to piece together a picture of someone's financial life. However, the world has turned digital, which is great for individuals, but makes it even more challenging. And more critical information is getting lost. Information like whether or not someone has life insurance, which is a story I heard among many others. For a lot of people, this type of proactive planning is just not getting done. For an average family, or even a prepared family with legal documents like a will or a trust, the impact of not being prepared is huge. It can cost thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of generally avoidable time and expense. Familial has solved this problem. After speaking with nearly 100 retirees, their kids, professionals, and experts, we designed, tested, and built Familial. We identified the 4 most needed and wanted features in long-term estate planning and organization. And I'll go through those. So the first is the asset inventory. So the asset inventory is a thorough list of assets and liabilities across all asset classes, both common and less common. The next is the personal property inventory, a camera and voice-based tool for valuable and sentimental belongings. We also have a household management tool for all of the day-to-day and month-to-month operations of a home, things like providers, payments, and contacts. And finally, guided conversations, which allows individuals to reflect, record, and share their wishes and context by answering important questions. Let's dive into a couple of these. The personal property inventory. As I mentioned, we are giving people a tool to document their favorite collections in an easy and interactive way. What I found to be astounding is that even when you work with a legal provider, estate attorneys typically give their client families PDFs, more paper, for their personal collections, which you can imagine folks don't really use. What Familial does is we simply allow people to take pictures within our app and voice record to tell the stories. You might think that this technology exists, but it doesn't, and it's just what people want. One story I heard was of Shelley. Shelley is an average jewelry collector who had grown a very large collection of jewelry, both valuable and costume, and her kids did not know which was which. 2 of her daughters recall on different occasions she had told them they would each receive her engagement ring, a prized family heirloom. Technology for this topic just doesn't exist. And as you can see from Rob's quote on this page, what we're doing at Familial is really special. Household management. My grandma and grandpa's experience is not unique. Oops, go here. Many households split responsibilities and therefore have individual knowledge. Familial gives families peace of mind that critical information like doctors and professional contacts is all in one place. We partnered with a financial advisory firm to co-design this feature because they've been trying to solve it on behalf of their clients for over 20 years. You can print out a beautiful PDF and add your loved ones to the account, giving everyone peace of mind. Guided conversation. In long-term planning, conversations with loved ones are key. However, many people don't know where to begin and find them challenging. Our guided conversations help individuals think through, reflect, and share their answers to questions, and equip their loved ones with context and information. For example, why they might have chosen someone as an executor and what they hope they would know. or religious preferences they hope to be respected. We voice record and transcribe so users can communicate naturally. We have a B2B2C business model, primarily partnering with financial advisory firms who subscribe and offer Familial to their clients. We're often asked if we're competing with estate attorneys or financial advisors, and it's actually the opposite. Those are some of the most interested partners because what we're doing is incremental to what they do today. We have started by targeting small firms in Arizona, Southern California, and South Florida because of the concentration of retirees and providers that serve them. We have a pipeline of nearly 20 firms. Every step along the way, we're getting more and more traction that what we're doing is working and that we're hitting on a problem that consumers are looking to solve with a paid solution. Early on, we saw immediate traction by being featured on NPR's Planet Money before we even had a product. That led to a wait list of over 100 users and over 5 B2B potential partners. We then tested, designed, and built our product. And since launching our pilot in mid-March, we've seen excellent conversion to paid subscriptions, and our paid pilot partner continues to add clients. In just over 2 months, we're closing in on $2,000 of annual recurring revenue. Now we're starting to have enterprise scale partnership conversations, and we're in discussion with a nationally recognized nonprofit that partners with 90% of hospital systems. Given the large and growing number of retirees, we believe this is a huge market. Today, there are more than 120 million Americans over the age of 50. This year alone, 4 million Americans will turn 65. There are definitely competitors in this space. Competitors trying to address this problem, and some are making traction. We believe this is a great thing. There's strong proof that individuals, financial advisors, and investors have interest in this topic. However, across all of my conversations, I rarely come across these competitors when talking with families or advisors. We believe it's because they're just not hitting the mark. And frankly, they're pretty underwhelming. Everplans, which is the oldest and biggest, hasn't innovated much beyond their Dropbox-like product. And Trustworthy, which is new and very well capitalized, is taking a similar file storage approach. That's where Familial comes in. We're doing things differently with our features, our voice and camera inputs, our holistic approach, and our accessible experience. This not only makes us easy to use, it makes our product very sticky. Just a couple of weeks ago, Joan, a Familial user from Nevada, said, "Familial is so easy to use." That's great feedback, but it's especially great because she's 85. I'm the founder, and my background is in consumer growth strategy and product innovation consulting at the Boston Consulting Group. I'm a B2B financial service, which sold into small business owners, similar to the independent advisors we're selling into right now. I'm super scrappy, and I put on every unpaid resource to accomplish what we've accomplished. We've recruited a great team to fill the gaps, particularly around technology. Rod, whose background is in building software from the ground up and 0 to 1, he's got more than 6 years of experience leading teams in product management roles. We have a customer advisory board of passionate users who have given us feedback all along our development cycle, and professional advisors who share their expertise, which is particularly important given how many topics Familial spans, including one advisor from the fastest growing multifamily office in the country. To date, we've been fully grant funded and founder funded. We've built Familial in 4 months for less than $75,000 and already have measurable traction. We're now looking to raise our first outside capital, which will get us to the second version of our product, allow us to invest in product marketing, and get ready to launch. Especially, it'll allow us to define our CAC, which we know is important. We've shown that we can use capital efficiently and can make a difference quickly. With your support, this prize will help us build momentum and multiply our impact. Thank you so much for your time. I would love to hear from you, so please reach out.
Great job, Eleanor. It looks like you have some questions from the judges. Are you able to see?
I am. Allison, you're up first, it looks like.
Nice job. Really nice job. So it looks like you are going to market via the financial advisor channel, but it's really a consumer like usage product. And so what's the thinking, like, are you building out tooling as well for financial advisors to like help with this? This is sort of like a two-part question. And then if not, like, why not go to market like as purely direct to consumer?
Great questions. And did you say are we pooling advisors? Is that the word you use?
You're going to market via financial advisors.
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
like providing tooling for advisors to do this.
Yeah, no, great question. So in our current product, we absolutely have an advisor portal, which we think gives them additional value. So they can see things like whether someone has added their loved ones, who those loved ones are. And we have had some early conversations with the potential to share a little bit more information that users input, which the advisors are extremely eager to see. And that would all be with user consent, of course. So there's a lot of benefits there. To your point about direct to consumer, we're focusing on B2B2C to start because trust is so important here. And the advisors lend just an enormous amount of trust for our product that we're leveraging over time as we build our own brand. That is absolutely in the cards. Michael.
Hi, great presentation. It seems like such an obvious need. Has anybody that you're aware of previously attempted this and failed? And if so, what were their roadblocks?
That's an excellent question. There have absolutely been a lot of competitors in this space. Everyone, because of how many topics this spans, everyone has such a different flavor for what does long-term planning mean? What does estate organization mean? I would say the biggest ones, and I can even flip back to that slide if it's helpful. The biggest ones are still around. There have, I'm sure, been others that have failed. There are a number of very small ones that have been acquired quite quickly, in particular by life insurance companies. It seems to be that acquirer is very interested in this space the most. And generally the ones that have been acquired over the years don't tend to grow much. I don't know if that answers your question, and I wish I had a better answer.
Thanks.
Waverly.
Hey, Eleanor. Wonderful job on getting your traction. By the way, I would lead with that a little bit earlier. This is a particular space where a lot of people seem to throw apps at the wall and nothing sticks. So I think that leading with that would be helpful. This app still places the huge burden of gathering all the data and getting it accumulated into the app on the elder person or the family and keeping it up to date over a very long period of time for that payoff when that person goes. And I think there's some really interesting things in there that give it some, more immediacy, like the ability to look at your cherished items and reminisce on them. I think there's some things that create some stickiness there that is really interesting. But are there integrations you could do that would make it easier to keep the data up to date and not require so much effort by the family?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're hitting on one of our biggest roadblocks is probably going to be that user engagement. And that's something that we've worked really, really hard to address in the design of our product. So something that we're starting to learn is just how long it takes to use. And what has been really interesting to see is that it's quick. And oftentimes consumer tech, it's like the more time you spend, the more valuable you are. In our case, it's not quite like that. I actually am excited to continue to see the data come in so I can share that back with the prospective users, that our users take 20 minutes or less to go through just large chunks of the product and get all that critical information down. And that's because we feed it to them in a way that's so interactive and so quick. We just bring up all those providers, click, 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 and then you get this critical information. So that doesn't answer your question because the onus is still on them. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to feed them potential questions and, which of these things have changed, that kind of thing. I think there's a lot of UI UX that we can do to try to make what you're talking about, which is like the continuous updating, as seamless as possible. Our users are so early; they're only a month or two into the product, so we haven't gotten there quite yet. But it's definitely going to be something we're going to think hard about.
Thanks,
Michael.
Sorry, I didn't unraise my hand. I'll do that now.
Oh, sorry. Sid.
Excellent presentation. Thanks for sharing. Eleanor, when you think about the barrier to entry by an Everplans or a Trustworthy, what's to stop these well-capitalized organizations from also adding the feature and function set that you have?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. It's a tough one. Moats are hard when you're small, for sure. I would say with Trustworthy, they are really leaning into file storage. They're really leaning into being able to forward emails that have files, that kind of thing. They're taking an approach that just brand-wise is really different. They're not leaning into the sentimentality at all. If they were to really pivot their brand, if they were to really pivot away from being that sort of like clinical style approach, they probably could. It's just really not the way they're going to market.
Great, thanks.
Shyam.
Hey, Eleanor. So just a question on this. If you're selling to independent RIAs, and that's sort of a equivalent SMB market, how many other tools or platforms are being sold to RIAs for general sort of CRM, management of their customer base? And then do you foresee any issues with like integrations with some of these other platforms? Because I presume they have some master identity for their customers, some CRM, and there are companies like Farther that just got funded quite well. Do you see any issues with those companies preventing integrations if they're there first?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. And just to clarify, integrations with familial, integrations with being able to see their users, any particular piece of integrations?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking, maybe just to kind of explain this, an RIA, independent RIA, they're getting there are companies that are going after them just for CRM and managing their customers and workflows and automating all the things that they do in terms of documentation and blah blah blah. And if those companies or platforms own the consumer on behalf of these RIAs, they are B2B to C as well. Eventually, if you're kind of carving out the estate planning function for these RIAs, they're gonna say to you, this is just conjecture, but they're gonna presumably say to you, listen, you need to integrate with that system because that's where our customer data is. So have you thought about that angle? Is that even an issue? Do you foresee any problems there?
Yeah, no, excellent question. So I have two thoughts on that. So the first thought is you're absolutely right. Like RIAs are independent small business owners generally. They have a huge tech stack. They're already working with a lot of different providers who offer different functionality. So you're right. Like that is a big piece. One sort of potential reframe is in a lot of ways we always market ourselves as a value-added tool to continue to bring value to their clients. So RIAs themselves are always trying or generally always trying to really prove their worth. And they care a lot about retaining those families, retaining the assets under management. And so we're almost going to market to them in a way that's similar to like an employer benefit of, we're offering you this additional tool for your clients. And it's actually much less so about the back end of their day-to-day business. And it's much more about like, wow, we're giving you a way to really prove out that you do care about long-term planning. You're really thinking and supporting your clients holistically. And that's how we hope they'll engage with this with their clients, more than the day-to-day management of their business, if that answers your question.
We can kind of move forward, but I think something you should think about is that I actually don't doubt the business value of this at all. And as a consumer, I completely get it. I think another judge mentioned, this just completely makes sense, and it's kind of shocking no one else is doing it. But presumably, we've seen corollaries of this in any B2B software play. There are systems of record. Those systems of record are tech platforms, and if anyone is doing anything regarding the consumer, you're going to have to integrate with those systems. So it's not so much about business value, it's about those systems now, creating barriers to integration paths and timelines, et cetera. I was wondering whether you had thought about that, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the thought, and it's definitely something we'll keep thinking about. Oh, darn. Oh, Mark.
Thanks a lot. I'm picking up, he took the question about the RIAs because I was going to ask about what evidence you're looking at for RIAs being the channel versus just going straight to consumers. But in looking at this, if for the RIAs, what evidence do you have that this amount of money per month would really persuade them to change their behaviors, their practices, and the like, to want to use it? And wouldn't you find a bigger market by just going straight to consumers like some of your other competitors have?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So a couple things. So depending on the advisor, they actually have some price sensitivity if that's what you're getting at, of like this pricing is generally tested. We've worked with, we've sold into or talked to them so many to understand whether their tech stack fits in to understand this pricing. And there are some that are price sensitive, which is why we ended up with this pricing. And they are generally looking for other tools. There are the advisors we speak with every day are looking for ways to continue to bring value to their clients and prove out their work. And that we believe is a compelling reason enough to invest in something like this, especially as their client base gets older and they think more about next gen and how that is fitting into their business. In terms of direct to consumer, and hopefully that answers number one, kind of. In terms of direct to consumer, it's a huge market, and absolutely it will be in the roadmap. For now, we're really hoping to use the halo, the trust halo from these advisors to grow our initial client base, but we're already hearing from our early pilot users that they're starting to tell their friends and family beyond that. And so we hope that will kind of help naturally grow it.
So, but since I don't see any other questions real quick, let me just do a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be better served to have the RIAs receive a commission for making a sale, but to make the consumer yourself, versus having them be the residual, billing them every month or every year thereafter, and putting a barrier between you and the actual customer?
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's an excellent question. And there are a couple advisors that we're talking to that are part of extremely large enterprise systems that frankly would have a 2+ year sales cycle, who are open to commission structure. And we are considering trying that out with them and just seeing how it goes. But I have heard from other fintech founders in the space that generally it just gets, it's just hard to keep that top of mind for the advisors. We're too low dollar for them to think of too much about that. But I love the idea. Chris.
Yeah, some of my question was answered previously because I'm thinking around the partner channel, but how do you really scale your sales? Is it going to be through the partners? And if so, what's the strategy in growing these partners? Because I could see this being a slow slog going one by one.
Yeah, are you talking about like just the early days? Absolutely. I'm on the phone with these advisors for sure. However, the way some of the major advisory networks work, think like an LPL, they actually own the back end. And what the process that we're in right now with a couple of these large scale competitors is to become a approved technology partner. And what that comes with is a lot of internal marketing, which is awesome. So and that's the path that we're starting to walk down right now with a couple of these enterprise partners, is that once they sign on, once we go through all the back end compliance with that parent partner, one of the companies that we're talking to has 10,000 advisors in their network. And they really, when they approve you as a technology partner, they put marketing dollars behind you. You get to show up at their conferences. And that's something that could help us really reach a lot of folks quickly.
Thank you.
Waverly.
That's actually time. Yes, sorry, we are at time, so Waverly.
I put my hand down.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. You know the drill. Well, thank you. Great job, Eleanor. Great job, Familial. Judges, please take a minute to submit your score sheet for Familial. And we will now take a 10-minute break. So let's all please be back at 10:01 Central Time.
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners it is. Take My Vintage's online store. It ranks for thousands of competitive keywords, like vintage clothing, which gets loads of searches on a monthly basis. And 80% of that traffic goes to their site. They also rank for over 1,000 images on Google. All of this drives tons of organic traffic every single month, leading to incredible
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you are not doing this. Save with DriveWise and get a rate based on you. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The new school is rooted in skateboarding, but is reminiscent of another era. A lot of the inspiration in the new school is old school.
This is the new school.
Hello, everyone. I'm Oleg Ryzhkov, co-founder of Agronet Zero. And today, I'm excited to show how we turn waste into a sustainable future using biochar. Traditionally, manure has been a problem. The sheer volume overwhelms farms, and conventional practices pose environmental threats like water contamination, poor air quality, and greenhouse gas emissions. It's a smelly situation, isn't it? Conventional manure management practices include landfills, composting, anaerobic lagoons, and biogas production. Each of these methods comes with its own set of environmental challenges and limitations. In pursuit of a sustainable solution, we turn to biochar. So what is biochar? Have you ever used charcoal for grilling? Biochar shares that dark, charcoal-like quality, but it's made from organic materials like wood chips or manure. This versatile product goes beyond backyard barbecues, offering a range of benefits and serves various purposes, including soil amendment, input for biopower production, adsorbent and additive for construction materials. However, the challenge remained. Converting agricultural waste sustainably and profitably requires the right mix of available technologies and aggregated efforts. Moreover, biochar application presents challenges that require specific knowledge, a robust sales framework, and assistance in securing government support to unlock the full value of biochar for crop farms and land owners. This is where Agronet Zero steps in. We empower farmers to convert waste into valuable resources by matching farms with advanced technology and tailored solutions. But it doesn't stop there. Leveraging the potential of biochar, we built a digital marketplace where crop farmers and landowners can procure biochar and receive recommendations for its application on specific soil types to enhance soil health and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, optimizing the value of agricultural waste, crops, and land. Our journey began as consultants, aiding farmers in navigating the realm of biochar. Leveraging this consultancy approach serves as our entry strategy, enabling us to build expertise, enhance credentials, and solidify product offering for our evolving marketplace. This establishes a scalable and sustainable system, incorporating automated onboarding and streamlined decision-making processes for biochar production and utilization. Agronet Zero provides a holistic range of services, including project origination, execution, scaling, and marketplace facilitation. Our primary value proposition revolves around catering to livestock farmers, ensuring a steady supply of verified, high-quality products, while simultaneously offering a convenient platform for potential off-takers to join. The market potential is immense. In the US alone, the concentrated animal feeding operation farm waste market represents a $10 billion opportunity. We are strategically launching in the Midwest, which boasts a $5 billion market and a dense concentration of target farms. Our primary focus is on forging robust partnerships with poultry, swine, beef, and dairy farms in this region. Our pilot market is Indiana, where we have ongoing projects and proposals in development. We are positioned as a leading expert, facilitating industry discussions and exploring manure production. Since February, our engagement has grown, including a pilot project with a leading egg producer in Northeast Indiana, which now generates 15,000 monthly revenue. This project targets the conversion of 90,000 tons of annual manure into biochar, generating a product value of $139 per ton of raw manure. Compared to the current utilization method, yielding $32 per ton, this represents a fourfold increase in revenue for farmers. It also significantly impacts the climate by sequestering over 10,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually. Currently, we are also discussing proposal with a consortium of poultry farms and maintaining robust dialogues with swine and dairy sectors to include a diverse range of partners. We are also receiving interest from local and individual crop farms, enhancing our market reach. The time to act is now. Demand for biochar carbon credits is skyrocketing, and this trend is expected to keep climbing for the next 5 years and beyond. We are perfectly positioned to capitalize on this booming market, thanks to several key factors. First, we are already seeing significant players like Microsoft and Airbus entering the biochar carbon credit market. Their ambitious sustainability goals and commitment to carbon negativity by 2030 create a strong demand signal for biochar producers. Secondly, government programs like the US Department of Agriculture's full financing for biochar use by farmers are accelerating adoption and providing valuable field data. Let's talk about what makes us unique in the biochar industry. Agronet Zero streamlines biochar success from start to finish. We automate project origination, offering farmers and technology providers a trusted partnership. Our services are a one-stop shop for biochar success, providing tailored recommendations for livestock and crop farmers. Our combination of automation, trusted partnerships, and tailored recommendations is unmatched. We are all about empowering our partners. That's why we're developing a user-friendly online platform with 2 key features designed to streamline operations. Waste Utilization Navigator automates the project origination process by considering factors like farm infrastructure, waste volume, technology solutions, and economic viability. It accelerates decision-making, optimizes resource allocation, and empowers farmers with actionable insights for sustainable waste management strategies. Biochar Calculator helps crop farms determine the optimal biochar application rates based on their specific soil type. This ensures they get the most out of biochar for their soil health needs. Agronet Zero adopts a diversified revenue strategy built for sustainable scalability over time. In phase 1, we focus on tailored consulting services to ensure the successful launch of projects for our clients. As we progress into phase 2 and beyond, our operational biochar plants start generating revenues from project sales and digital monitoring services. This comprehensive platform service is anticipated to drive a substantial 60% of our total revenue, establishing it as our primary income source. Meanwhile, subscription fees from biochar buyers on our platform contribute an estimated 12% to our revenue during phase 3. Additionally, proceeds from equity shares in our own projects account for 20% of total revenues. We have ambitious goals. In 5 years, we aim to have 12 operational biochar plants and achieve a carbon sequestration impact of up to 130,000 tons. We project 310 platform users and an operating income of $12 million by the end of year 5. To achieve this, we are seeking funding of $775,000. These funds are vital for establishing a knowledge base, developing our MVP platform, and covering marketing and administrative expenses. Over the next 18 months, this funding will drive our key milestones, including the launch of our beta platform, onboarding at least 3 biochar producers, securing 5 biochar buyers, and facilitating 5 marketplace transactions. At the helm of AgroNet Zero, Harris Turner, a lead founder with expertise in sales and business development, and Oleg Ryzhkov, a seasoned technology, product, and operation strategist. Both bring extensive startup and platform development experience to the table. We are fortunate to have a powerhouse advisory team with deep expertise in their respective fields. Financial and startup gurus Larry Berlin and David Kagan bring invaluable experience to guide our growth strategy. Crop whisperer Raymond Laux is our direct line to farmers, offering crucial insight into agricultural operations. And finally, Legal Eagles for a Green Future, a leading global climate tech law firm, ORIC, provides guidance aligned with our environmental mission. Don't let waste go to waste. Support us. Let's grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg. All right, judges, please raise your hands if you have questions.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, could you please give me a little more description of exactly what the platform does and what information there, who uses it and how?
Okay, so regarding our platform, so our platform success is rooted in understanding the relationship between user lifetime value and cost of acquisition. And our primary revenue streams come from livestock farmers utilizing their waste in biochar production, making our platform focused on delivering value to biochar producers. The lifetime value to CAC ratio chart is driven by the lifetime value delivered by producers, with the majority of our acquisition costs also directed toward producers. So initially, the ratio starts below 1, reflecting our focus on efforts to attract potential producers. And by year 3, the ratio achieves 4.2, which we consider acceptable. And by year 5, the ratio exceeds 15 points, indicating significant potential for further growth. So as you can see, the major participants of our platform are biochar producers. And on the other side of platform, biochar buyers, which are crop farmers and landowners.
I might add just a touch. I'm Harris Turner and a partner of Oleg's. So the industry is really disjointed. Farmers are totally separated from equipment suppliers and energy sources for their manures that they're producing. And when we talk about manures, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of tons. I mean, football stadium size barns just filled with manures. No one knows who to go to for what type of equipment. Farmers don't know what biochar will do for their fields, although there are a lot of academic studies. So our platform is going to take a type of manure, tell the producer what will come out of that, what they can get, how many carbon credits they can get, what the value of that is. It will tell farmers that are interested in using biochar or concrete manufacturers what the biochar will do for them. And according to the USDA, nobody's ever done anything like this. What we're building is an all-encompassing circular platform that starts with feedstock, the manures, and finishes back with feedstock, because the corn that's grown on fields using biochar feeds the cows that produces more feedstock.
Thank you.
Okay, David.
Your executive summary you provided us mentioned explicitly, quote, securing government support, quote, government subsidies, quote, encourage farmers to adopt biochar. Given the political environment, does this kind of government partnership introduce political risk that such government support may not be sustainable?
Yeah, it's a good question. So probably Harris will better address.
Yeah, let me take that. Oleg and I go back and forth on this all the time, but we don't count on government support. In fact, we've been asked by the Indiana Department of the USDA and the Natural Resources Conservation Service to help them provide guidelines, because current support for biochar itself is nominal. It doesn't begin to cover the cost and the value. Now, we feel like the tax incentives that are involved from the Inflation Reduction Act and many other sources, because biochar production can give off excess heat that using organic Rankine cycles produce electricity, there's some serious tax advantages that we don't see going anywhere. But as far as the actual government support for biochar, and there is some, we see that as nominal. We really don't figure it into our equation as far as revenues and encouragement to produce.
Thank you.
Ellison?
Yeah, nice job. We have a little bit of a thesis around kind of ag tech, which is that farmers don't really buy software. And so what is the significant value that the farmers on either side of the transaction are really going to feel, where they're going to be willing to pay for a software platform to enable them to use this product or to sell this product?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question, because you are right. This is pretty conservative segment of customers. They really, honestly, they do not like any third-party consultants, and they prefer to use their own hands, but not using software. So yeah, Harris will tell more about how we engage with them, but they really value in-person relations and in-person meetings rather than virtual events. So, but what we do, we build a product that will be organically embedded in their day-to-day activity. So we build the product with them, and we know what exactly to put into the platform to make it comfortable and make more efficient their everyday activity. So Harris, please feel free to add your thoughts.
Sure. Let me add to it. One thing we have to keep in mind, that the market we're going after are massive. And I don't mean the market itself. Each individual farm is massive. Tony Bosch with Bosch Dairy has 6,000 cows. He actually put together the Excel spreadsheet telling us what the value of what we're doing for him would be. So to think, I mean, farmers in general are very conservative, but they are not unsophisticated. The initial customer that Oleg pointed out is raising 5 million chickens. They are the entire family's engineers. They do use software. They are worried about what combination of equipment, which we're providing to them, they need to produce this and what they can expect to get out of it. And farmers want to improve the value of their land. I saw a farm last Friday down in southern Indiana that already is producing some biochar on their own. They own 7,500 acres. In Indiana, that's worth $90 million, just their land. So they are very concerned about what can I put on this land to improve the value. Right now, nobody's telling them. And so that's where we come in. And we do have indications that people will pay for this for the right information.
Okay, Waverly.
Hi, folks. So a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, and we recently had a team go through the College New Venture Challenge that wants to work with farmers to help them convert their waste to biogas and nitrogen-based fertilizer. And one of the things we learned in that process is that there are companies that are paid to haul away manure. That the farmers are paying companies to get rid of their manure. Those companies, it seems to me, would be the target market for converting that manure to biochar, since they're the ones who are dealing with getting it into landfills and reducing it in the pools that you talked about. So two-part question. One, why are you not targeting them? And two, I see your business model as a consulting service going to these big players and saying, here's how you turn shit into money. But I don't see a marketplace business model. So I'm interested if you could clarify what your company will actually do. Thanks.
I'm not sure who told you that, but we have in Europe, farms do pay to get rid of manure because they don't have land. In the U.S., I haven't talked to a single farm that's paying anyone to get rid of their manure. We have the largest egg producing company in the country is based here in Indiana. They sell their manure for up to $96 a ton. Our focus group is selling their poultry manure for $32 a ton. All the dairy farmers are either using their manure to turn into gas. They have their own anaerobic digesters, but they're only getting rid of about 30% of their manure that way. They're all selling their manures as fertilizer. So we don't know a single person, not in the Midwest anyway, that we've seen that's paying to get rid of it. They're all making money. That's the actual market we're going after. So I'm not really yeah. And then secondly, you mentioned consulting. Our collaboration with these people is very early in the process, and we do make money from that. The biggest revenue for us is as we help them finance these big, massive, CapEx intensive production facilities. We're helping raise funding for them. We earn part of the equity, but the biggest catch is they don't know a thing about carbon credits. How do you get your biochar approved for carbon credits? What's the best credit to go after? And then selling the biochar. That's where we come in, and we're making commissions, and Oleg refers to them as royalties off that. But that's really the crux of our business. But our market is the farmers, not anyone that we can find that's trying to haul manure away.
Yeah, and two comments from my side that biogas production you referred is really high capex intensive project, and there is no room to contribute and be an equity owner of this project for farmers. So they can only sell manure at the low price. And what we offer them to facilitate and start their own project where they are owners, and they get most of their manure by utilizing it through biochar. So, and the second part of your question related to marketplace. So really we start as a consultants, but we use consulting as an entry strategy to build our expertise. And eventually what we offer through consulting, it will be transformed to biochar producer subscription or livestock farmer subscription on the platform, where is everything automated onboarding, because like the process to even make a decision and do project assessment and assess feasibility of this opportunity takes months because of this manual process. And we experience it now, and we want to automate it and make it affordable for them. Ellen?
Yes, thank you. Actually, Harris, you answered part of my question, which was, who's going to finance the equipment, but maybe you could talk a little bit more about, how much these farmers have to invest in order to, convert the waste. And I mean, is this on their property that they're doing this, building a plant on their property to do this, and what the cost is going to be? That's part one of my question. Second question I also have is, could you talk a little bit more about the carbon credits? Because I know there are marketplaces out there right now for carbon credits, and how you're going to optimize that process.
Sure. Yeah, we're kind of running out of time, so I want to be quick. The initial plants depending on the type of pyrolysis you use for biochar, they will start at around $3 million up to a 2 or 3 phase plant could be over 20 million, and end up depending on how much manure you have to process. Will they be on site? And one more thing on this anaerobic digestion that Oleg mentioned, that investment's over $100 million. So that's what his point was relative to what we're doing. Will they be on site for poultry producers? Probably yes, because the biosecurity issue right now with avian flu is huge. They don't want people bringing manures in from various poultry plants. With the cow manufacturers, we're very much focused on a central plant in Fair Oaks, Indiana, that will be fed by up to 13 dairies, and 8 of those are all in the same family. So part of an interesting part. And then I'm scrambling here. I don't recall the third part of your question. I'm sorry, Ellen.
Oh, related to the carbon credits, how you're going to
Current, a recent value of carbon credits was around $180 a ton. Based on the chemical composition of biochar, it can actually cover up to 3 tons per ton of biochar if it was almost 100% carbon. Biochar and the use we're making of it, burying it in the ground as a soil amendment, is one of the highest, if not the highest value. You can sell carbon credits. Oh, gotta hurry. You can sell carbon credits for planting trees, but you can always cut those trees down. So the value of those carbon credits is literally $5 a ton, $8 a ton. It's an interesting market, but the value of carbon credits has gone up. Oleg, I think you told me 26% this year. It's going to do nothing but keep going up. The demand far exceeds the supply.
Thank you.
Mark?
Oh, good to see you. Glad you moved from hydrogen to biochar. I'm still a little confused, and Waverly touched on it. Ellen hit the back point of it. It strikes me as that you're a consulting firm that would produce a strategy document for each of the customers who may not want to pay long-term for your ongoing expense, having implemented your strategy. Could you brought up the Minich Egg Farm Company as a good example. Help us understand how, if they're your ideal customer, walking through about what's going on here.
Okay.
Do we have 30 seconds more?
Yeah.
There's answer.
Okay. Well, the collaboration again is the very first part. We've already been engaged by that first customer. They already want us to help them proceed with the further processing, the offtake of the product, the certification of carbon credits. They are financing their entire project themselves, so there won't be an equity part. And you're right, Mark. But the others that we're talking to already, we will own a part of the equity there, and it'll be an ongoing relationship.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, team. We are at time. All yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Krishnan Kandasamy. I am a Chicago Booth alum and founder and CEO of ZenHedge, a fintech startup in the risk management space. Almost all businesses that move freight using trucks face an unmitigated risk. That is that the trucks that they have booked to move freight may not show up. Typically, in any given day, there is a probability that 10 to 25% of the trucks booked may not show up because of weather reasons, because roads were closed, or due to driver availability. Those are all some of the reasons why a truck may not show up. You may recall the recent Baltimore bridge collapse, and close to 6,000 trucks used to use that bridge. You can only imagine how many businesses were impacted by a truck not showing up because of that event. So what businesses do is they try to book additional trucks, backup trucks in order to move the freight. And they have to move the freight because otherwise they can't sell their products. It causes uncertainty it impacts their profits, and could also potentially disrupt the supply chain. So what we have developed is similar to a travel insurance. You go to the airport and the flight is canceled. Imagine that situation. But if you have travel insurance, you may be able to mitigate some of that anxiety and the costs that are associated with it. What we have developed is a parametric insurance for freight movement, and our program pays for unanticipated cost of transporting freight. This is a huge market because typically the trucks travel close to 200 billion miles annually in North America. 73% of all that freight that is moved is using trucks. And it's close to $1 trillion spent in moving freight using trucks. And that's a large exposure that's currently not mitigated very effectively. We believe that over the next 5 years, we will be able to sell close to 1,000 policies, and that equates to about roughly 10 billion miles and close to $500 million in gross written premiums. You may think that 10 billion miles is huge. Our target customers, ship goods roughly on an annual basis, 75 million miles or more, and their spend is close to $250 million annually. So how does this program work? And what we can do is we can protect and insure their shippers' entire transportation network. In this example, we are showing one shipment. Let's say the shipment from LA to Dallas, truck didn't show up. That the shipper may be forced to find another truck to move goods, maybe at a higher cost. So ZenEdge will track that the truck did not show up and would pay a cash based on what was the market rate for the LA to Dallas shipment during that time. These freight rates could change seasonally, so we will take that into account while making the compensation. Unlike traditional forms of insurance, this program is automatic, because we have the data that the truck did not show up, we know what to pay them, and the payment can be made within the matter of days. And that's a significant benefit for shippers because they can manage their budgets better. Ours is the only solution that is currently available that actually pays cash. The shippers, as I mentioned before, solve this problem today by booking multiple trucks for the same load for the same day. They also use a variety of technology and or third-party solutions to solve the problem, but none of them indemnifies them for the risk that they are taking. They may reduce the risk, but ours is the only one that pays cash, and it's fairly easy to implement. So in order to do that, we need to create a tech stack or an insurance stack, which is similar to a tech stack in a SaaS solution. What we have developed is we have designed the program, we have found the data that is needed for actuarial modeling, we have developed the policy forms and the pricing tools, and we will act as an MGA, providing underwriting guidance to an insurance carrier. I want to repeat that ZenEdge will not take underwriting risk. We are designing this program to an underwriting carrier to take on that capacity. In return, we get a commission. So we are very fortunate to have Apollo, a reputed Lloyd's syndicate, supporting us in this project. And we need to distribute the product. And for that, we are going to use Aon. Aon is our distribution broker. Having these two partners helps us reach the marketplace much more quickly and reduces our customer acquisition cost. Our IP, our value proposition resides with the actuarial models and the policy forms and the pricing tools that we are going to license to Apollo. So I mentioned how we make money. This is all based on commissions. I mentioned Apollo is going to be the underwriter. We can appoint Aon or any other distribution partner to take to the customers. And for every $100 in commission or premium that is paid by the customers, Apollo, Aon, and other distribution partners get $7.50. ZenEdge will get around $12.50, and rest between paying the claims and the return for the underwriter is about $40. These commissions are very fixed and very consistent with the industry standards, so there is no ambiguity with respect to the commissions. Unit economics, one unit is one policy. So we are assuming 10 million miles, which is easily doable because, as I mentioned, typical target customers have 75 million miles in exposure. After that, we get a 12% cut, and we also have a really attractive margins because our expenses are lower, because once we develop the program and licenses, we don't have any ongoing expenses. We plan to reach the marketplace through digital channels and also through brokers, but our scaling will happen by embedding our app in a digital platform, freight digital platform. It's no different than you go to the Delta website and you have an opportunity to purchase trip insurance. So we are going to reduce the friction for the customer and also make improve customer acquisition cost and improve user experience. Our 5-year plan looks towards 10 million miles, and that's about roughly 1,000 policies. It's not huge, and especially when we have a partner like Aon to distribute the product, targeting about $500 million in gross written premiums and EBITDA of greater than 45 million for ZenHedge. Notice that the margins that we are showing is approaching a SaaS type model, and there is a reason for that, and that is that once we develop the program, there is very little effort that is needed. There may be some tweakings, actuarial studies that may be done, but for the most part, we are leveraging Aon as the sales channel for us. We will also have our own sales channel for customer research and other purposes, but we are going to use broker and digital platforms to distribute the product. We are incredibly thankful to have a great team. This was built by a cross-section of folks from different industries, because there's no other way to build such a solution. We have risk, insurance professionals helping us. David has decades of risk management expertise. Florian is on the logistics side, and he knows intimately the problems that the shippers face every single day. Eddie is a legend in the freight world, and Jeff Mason and Lindeen are on the insurance side, helping us navigate the regulatory landscape, because the insurance is a highly regulated industry. We also have other partners, other advisors that are helping on the freight technology side and also on the logistics and supply chain side. All right, so the thing is, this is an important problem, and we are solving it using the regulatory, and also we have already got regulatory traction. We have, as just mentioned, we have tier 1 partners. We have signed a pilot agreement and also have contingent funding from a local early stage investor. Our funding ask is for $1 million, which will enable us to rise the, build insurer and insurer portals, do some actuarial studies, and also go directly to the Lloyd's market as a cover holder instead of just relying on Apollo. We also have attractive exit opportunities. Insurance business, MGA business, typically is highly sticky, and it lends itself for private equity acquisition. A lot of the private equity customers, companies that I've listed below, are players in the insurance space. Thank you for your time, and look forward to hearing your questions. Our value proposition is that we have identified this risk that is currently not insurable, okay? So we have identified this risk, and we have used the availability of data, historical freight data, telematics data, and also digital freight data that is available only for the past decade or so, to leverage that data in order to develop an actuarial model, then that can be underwritten by insurance carriers. So that is our key secret sauce, is that we are providing an opportunity for the underwriters to grow their business. And it's a parametric insurance product, which has got several advantages. One is that for insurers, they know from day one what that exposure is going to be, because it's all parametric, it's all algorithmized, right? So they know exactly what the reserves they need to keep. So that's a huge plus for them. So our IP is the actuarial models, the policy forms, and the pricing tools that we will license to various insurance carriers. And we also have data partnerships that we will be exclusive for at least a couple of years.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I see Michael.
Hi, Krishna. I understand the opportunity is there isn't this type of insurance to date. And I understand that if a truck doesn't show, that's highly aggravating. But why do you think there's a market for this type of insurance, and how does it improve the economics of a business that buys it?
There's a market because currently customers spend $200+ billion on managing this problem. I'll tell you why. There is $20 billion spent on just technology. They use things like visibility platform, freight digital brokers, managed transportation to solve precisely this problem, to guarantee that the truck will arrive and service their needs when it is needed. So we feel like this program is actually a complement to that, because those things fail too. You can have a technology that will tell you, hey, the truck is not going to arrive, but what are you going to do about it? There is no cash compensation for that exposure. What we are doing is we are complementing that risk. Think of it as fire insurance, right? A customer might have the greatest fire protection system in the world, but they still have fire insurance. Same concept here. The customer may have great technology, great relationship with trucking companies, so on and so forth, but this adds them an additional layer of protection for them.
Yeah, I understand that, but a fire either happens or doesn't happen, and happens rarely. There's probably a predictable level of truck no-shows, and it's a cost of doing business that you're only going to pay a premium on. If you insure against it, you're not going to save money, and you're not going to cover against the occasional big risk. It's more like raising the cost of doing business anyway.
No, we do cover risks that are kind of like, for example, Apollo is open to underwriting pandemic risk. That is very unusual and very valuable for the customers. So there are some risks that we are covering. So if you think about it, a typical transportation procurement agent has a budget to manage for the year. Okay. How are they going to say to their management, okay, my budget is going to be $50 million. If they buy this insurance, they have a level of protection that says, you know what, I've made some contingency for because they may reach a limit from a portfolio risk perspective. So they may allocate $50 million, $100 million of capacity, insurance capacity to this program. So we need to grow the product. So we need to have additional, insurers providing insurance capacity.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, have you talked with other insurance companies?
Absolutely. We have talked with a lot of insurance companies, both in the United States and also the Lloyd's market. Apollo is one of our early adopters, and they are on board. We have insurance industry, as you may know, is very conservative. There are others who are saying we will follow on. As soon as you launch, we will follow on. That has been a repeated hearing that we have heard.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mark, please go ahead.
Got me off guard though. Sorry about that. So I'm trying to understand your model a little bit deeper. I've got the business side kind of at least digested, but you keep exemplifying with the truck not showing up at the origination to pick up the load. Do you also cover if the truck doesn't show up on time, goes down, en route to the delivery, breaks down, another truck needs to be utilized, that there's a delta in price at that point? Is it picking up all the road incidents and all the delivery challenges about it, or is it just for this one instance?
It's just for this one instance. The other perils that you're talking about could be covered by business interruption or commercial auto liability policies. Like, for example, if the truck moves around the road, it gets into an accident, the cargo is spilled, cargo insurance will cover the cargo, the commercial auto liability will cover the truck. But still, what our coverage will do is, let's say the truck that was supposed to pick up a load got into an accident delivering a load to somebody else, and it's not showing up for the new customer, that or the next subsequent customer, then the coverage kicks in because now the truck is not available.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. David, please go ahead.
I see how you created the opportunity, recent events like the eye-opening COVID experience, coupled with now the availability of good data, which is critical to parametric insurance. But do you really have first mover advantage here? Are you basically providing a template that will lower barriers to entry for potential competitors?
Competition is going to happen, right? Especially if we are in an insurance space that has such a huge market. As soon as the viability is seen, you're going to see competition. But I think there are two significant modes that we have. One is that we are going to be integrating with TMS, which is called as the Transportation Management System platforms, digital platforms. And by embedding in that process, there are only 5 large TMS systems. By embedding in 1 or 2 of those platforms, we will be the point of sale for a large number of shippers in the country. That's one mode. The second mode is that we are partnering with Aon, our second largest insurance broker in the world. That may pause some of the others from getting into the space. We'll make them pause, but at least give us a little bit more cushion in terms of scaling the product quickly, capturing the market quickly. That's one of the reasons why we are not approaching the customers directly, is that we are leveraging the Aon's existing distribution system platform to reach the customers. But competition will come, just like there are other multiple ways. We have advantage because we have creatively used the data that is available to build an actuarial model that is proprietary, and we are able to move ahead with pricing tools, 5 cents per mile. That's a competitive price for this kind of an exposure.
Just a quick follow-up. I think you're almost required to get your data from third parties.
Correct.
Is that same database going to be available to other potential insurers?
It could be available down the road. But what I'm going to say is that our data partners are, we will sign exclusivity with them for the couple of years for the end use of the data or the use case for the data. So these are the data partners that we have connections with, and we have signed a couple of agreements with the top DAT. Is going to be one of the data providers, and Truckstop is another data provider that we are in discussions with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes, I'm curious to learn a little bit more about the partnership with Aon. where it came from, how strong is it? You just touched on it a little bit. How much are you relying on that for sales? It sounds like you kind of have the two channels of embedding and then traditional. So I want to understand more about that relationship. And you just sort of implied that that is exclusive. Do you somehow have exclusive?
Aon wants exclusivity for the product for the first few years. So Aon, we will sell this product exclusively through Aon brokerage for the first few years. And in terms of the question that you had, so one of our advisors, Jeff Mason, had a lot of engagement with Aon reinsurance team. Aon reinsurance teams, we have been working with them for close to a year. You know, I mentioned insurance is a conservative space. It takes a long time to establish a relationship. We've been working with them for close to a year in order for them to be our distribution partner. And they are the ones that are also helping us get additional insurance capacity down the road. So that is the way we have established the relationship. And it took us a while. We have talked with a lot of insurance carriers, and it took us a lot of time buttoning that down. And with Apollo, we have been in discussion for the past 6 months, and we have reached the LOI stage finally. So it takes a long time in the insurance space to bring up a program. And that's another competitive advantage that we have, is that, you know, insurers don't risk their capital. You know, when Apollo is underwriting a program, they're risking their capital. They're putting faith in the program by risking their capital, which we believe is significant validation of the need and also the profitability of the program.
All right. Thank you, Krishnan. We are at time.
Thank you, Gorana. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Jane Lowe, and welcome to The Future with Pain. My co-founder, Rob Witten, who is both my life and business partner, has 3 kids, and we've sat on a lot of coffee shop drive-through lines. Cumulatively, it's been a huge chunk of our lives spent waiting for a latte that we'll never get back. Our experience is not unique. The pandemic made drive-thrus the preferred channel for many customers. At chains like Starbucks and Dutch Bros, 60 to 85% of all sales go through the drive-thru. This demand for convenience has resulted in bottlenecks made worse by inadequate infrastructure and labor issues like worker shortages. As reported by the quick service industry and backed by our own survey of 330 US adults, 30% of customers will see the line and leave, resulting in an estimated $4.4 billion in lost revenue opportunity at Starbucks alone. Customers are also feeling the pain. Take Rob and his daughters. Like some of the customers we've talked to, they feel anxiety about ordering fast and correctly in the drive-thru. After they order, Rob notices the bill is more than it was last time. Then they proceed to wait a long time to get their drinks, idling in their own carbon emissions. And after they get it, Rob's coffee is wrong, as usual. And as he pays, he's asked if he wants to tip 25 to 35%, so he feels angst about tipflation. And let's not forget that baristas are metric on how fast the drive-thru is, so they often feel anxiety and pressure to deliver quickly. These issues occur industry-wide, which is a real problem given how big the coffee shop industry is. The US market is worth almost $50 billion, and we conservatively estimate that 50% of revenue comes from drive-thru orders alone. And in Massachusetts, where we're based, the drive-thru coffee shop market is worth $1.5 billion. So our solution could have a big impact. In fact, big brands are rolling out consumer-facing automation across industries. Taco Bell raised their restaurant to put a 4-lane drive-thru underneath it, which is serviced by digital orders and food elevators. This concept has received rave customer reviews for the futuristic use of technology, and Chick-fil-A is building one of their own. Smart carts usage has been increasingly adopted by Amazon and other grocery chains, and we ourselves have used the automated self-checkouts from Uniqlo, which uses RFID technology to quickly total up items without the need for customers to scan anything. Thus, our solution is Ping, a coffee drive-thru powered by automation and machine learning. No more waiting in line, no more bad customer service. Through the power of technology, we will deliver accurate, highly personalized, and consistent experiences. The beauty of how Ping works is customers don't have to change their current behaviors. Customers simply customize their order on our mobile app, drive to any location, grab and go, and personalized experiences such as rewards points are delivered through the app. However, what's underlying the streamlined experience is the innovation. We've redesigned the end-to-end process of ordering, fulfillment, and delivery along the entire customer journey. For example, we're ditching traditional grind and brew and have secured an agreement with Cometeer, another coffee technology company that specializes in premium pre-brews that shortens our fulfillment time drastically, is already proven in the market, has plenty of capacity to grow, and that customers find both gourmet and delicious. Another example is our new sensor technology that accurately detects customers as they arrive, down to their specific order in the line, so that we can make and deliver fresh beverages in real time. Everything we're doing rethinks what current coffee shops do today, and our technology is different from our competitors because it's cost-efficiently scalable, with low CapEx and focused on throughput. Our automation also truly benefits customers. It takes the form of speed, ease of use, no compromise quality, and solving for the small irritating details such as the long reach out of a car window. Everything is executed in support of the human experience. We also know that loyalty is deepest when there's an emotional connection. With fewer face-to-face interactions, we will build community in different ways through our technology and through excellent customer service. For example, label customization speaks for us, while social networking within the app starts with in-app e-gift cards, accompanied with video messages wishing someone luck or congratulating someone on their promotion. Community investments in local STEM and robotics programs give back. These are just a few of the ways in which we will build loyalty. Speaking of customers, our target is anyone who values our level of hyper-convenience and service. Starting with the suburban morning commuter. Commuters value speed, and the majority only getting one drink. Our secondary segment is anyone who wants to stay in their car. Parents with small kids or babies, pets, people with disabilities and illnesses, introverts, and even people in their PJs. Our customer obsession is a core value. I've worked as a practitioner in marketing, customer research, and customer experience analytics for consumer brands such as Shark Ninja, where I met Rob and where we developed and launched kitchen appliances, including the Ninja Coffee Bar. Rob's an Army veteran with extensive experience engineering solutions and big programs at Amazon Robotics and iRobot. He also owned and operated his own breakfast food truck. Louis Sergnano brings crucial real estate experience and specializes in non-traditional real estate needs such as ours. And Henry and his band of ex-Googlers are developing our mobile app and its proprietary location detection system. Our first pilot site is located near us in Mass on the right side of the road to capture the morning commuters. Each property we've considered needs to meet a certain set of criteria to ensure volume and visibility. Our strategy is to take advantage of underutilized commercial spaces, such as parking lots and high traffic areas, where our tiny 84 square foot footprint and modular build will ensure reduced headcount, decrease leasing and construction costs, and be installed in just days instead of weeks or months. Another benefit to our model is once we're open 24/7, we can operate in less populated, lower volume areas and also service areas near to hospitals and colleges where customers want to pick me up at all hours. If you're wondering, most of our coffee competitors are not automated. Traditional shops such as Starbucks and McDonald's have automated parts of their process with Band-Aid solutions. With 170,000 drink variants at Starbucks alone, elements like complex menus hold them back. In the top right purple box are several automated coffee kiosk brands, most of them walk-ups meant to capture ancillary volume. Octane Coffee is the only automated drive-through competitor. Based on the reviews, customers have been really receptive of the automation. However, all of our automated competitors use robotic arms with traditional grind and brew, so they're expensive to scale, 8 times slower than our system, and don't address core customer issues, especially in the drive-through. And drive-through is where it's at. Regional drive-through franchises are opening locations rapidly, 2xing and even 3xing the number of locations in the next year. For example, Dutch Bros, a chain headquartered in Oregon, is now one of the largest regional chains with 912 stores and 24,000 employees. They IPO'd in 2021 and now are at $1 billion in revenue with a market cap of more than $5 billion. However, it's Blackstone-funded 7 Brew Coffee that is growing exponentially. Since their inception 7 years ago, they've opened 216 locations, 116 of which were opened in a 6-month span last year, and have 3,000 franchise commitments from large operators. Their CEO recognizes it is speed and convenience that attracts and keeps customers. Rob learned at Amazon that automation dividends are realized at scale. Once we hit 40 sites, we already have better operating income than any other existing coffee shop. Even with conservative assumptions, our powerful economies of scale mean that as revenue increases, operating costs continuously become a lower percentage of our P&L. So unlike traditional labor-based models, our percentage of net income will continue to increase as we get bigger. This is a P&L comparison. Dutch Bros just turned their first profitable year at 1% income. Starbucks is sitting at 11% net income, which has been their average for 15 years and is typical of most coffee shops due to hefty labor and occupancy costs. At 200 sites, our net income percentage will be 3x what Starbucks currently is, and this jumps up to 48% when we hit 1,000 sites. We require only 1/3 of the daily revenue to break even compared to a Starbucks. In other words, we break even when we sell 125 drinks, whereas Starbucks and Dunkin's have to sell 400 to 500. We can utilize smaller and lower cost sites, flourish in less populated areas, and plan to increase our ticket sizes with additional offerings such as food or convenience items. When we model the payback period for a 201st site, we can lay out, permit, and build a site for under $200K, and it will pay back in under a year. Franchising or licensing from any other coffee drive-through can cost over $1 million, and it might pay back in 7 years if things go well at around 10% net income. That's also an average, so many store locations underperform. If we underperform in a location, we are more nimble and can simply pick up our CapEx and move it to a better location. Over the last 8 months, we've bootstrapped our pilot, which automates all front-of-the-house consumer touchpoints, while we work in the background making orders. We've developed an iOS mobile app that integrates data from our high-fidelity customer detection and tracking sensor system, an image processing system that detects car window heights and adjusts the presentation tray accordingly, as well as label customization. We pull in revenue starting with the pilot and throughout development. Our ask is for $500K to automate the back of house, such as drink making, and continue mobile app development to include features such as e-gift cards to raise AOV. After we've achieved a fully automated supervised alpha, we will then raise $2.5 million to build and qualify a 24/7 fully automated system in a 10-foot shipping container with a full support infrastructure, as well as hire key personnel in operations, real estate, and drink innovation. Our plan is to develop and launch a fully automated location within 22 months and continue to expand regionally to 200 sites in New England, operating a hub and spoke model, which means our distribution can be decentralized. Further regional expansion then takes us to other big coffee drinking commuter states such as California. Why drive through when you can ping through? Thanks for your time today.
All right, thank you, Jane. Nice job. So judges, please raise your hands if you have a question. Jane, are you able to see some of the hands?
Yep, I see Kevin.
Hi, Jane. A great presentation. I assume you saw the recent Starbucks, quarterly releases, right? It seems like there's a lot of pressure on these premium priced kind of coffee products. I assume, one of the things I didn't hear you talk about was your pricing model, because it seems to me that's going to be pretty important. Seems like there's a real opportunity to maybe get a little bit cheaper given your gross margin potential. Maybe there's an opportunity there to drive really, really quick share adoption. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. Pricing strategy is going to be extremely key. One of the things that the coffee industry is sort of just a note in the coffee industry, is that drinks can be priced at a premium if you are providing a wonderful experience. In our opinion, Starbucks has become more of a product company, so they're asking people to pay experience prices for their product. And there's a lot of other things going on at Starbucks outside of just their premium pricing, right? So they have like boycotts in the Middle East, a lot of like PR issues with their unionization, slower than anticipated growth in China. Their mobile app scene is very transactional. So there's a lot of things going on at Starbucks. But yes, in terms of pricing, we really want to get it right. We also know that people take cues. We don't want to be a value play, so we don't want to be at the Dunkin's level, but we certainly want to price in a way that people see the value and be willing to pay for it.
Thank you.
Beth. I'm sorry, it was Sid, but
oh, go ahead, Sid.
Okay, great. Great presentation, Janine. I had a question following up on Kevin around your pricing opportunity. So you mentioned you don't want to be lower play, like a value play like Dunkin' Donuts. How do you suggest from a taste perspective and a customer acquisition, like how are you competing, or are you competing on convenience over, say, the quality or presentation of the coffee?
absolutely. So our supplier is Cometier. If you're not familiar with them, they are coffee technology that uses the highest quality beans roasted by premium roasters. And then they have technology that really flash freezes their extracts to really lock in the taste and the flavor profile, as well as the hyper freshness. So we've sampled this a lot with our vendors, anyone we work with, friends and family, even some of the ANVC co-chairs and judges have also had a few samples, and the response has always been very, very positive thus far. We've never had anyone say it was negative, and that's really difficult with taste because it is very subjective. So we believe that we're actually able to offer really high quality tasting product as well as that convenience.
And do any of your competitors use Cometier?
Nope. So we have an agreement with them that's locked in for a couple of years. So yeah, nobody else has been using Cometier. They are a local company as well.
Great, thank you.
Great presentation. Here's interesting things I was thinking of. My last sweet green salad 2 days ago wasn't the right order. My kava salad, I don't like when I order, pay for, and don't get the avocado because they're out today. But I just happened to pass, I don't know if you're familiar with the In-N-Out burger in Southern California, but I happened to pass one of them, and which doesn't have a walk-in option. And it always has a line, but the line was incredible. I've never seen a line this long. There must have been 50 cars. So, and there always is a line there. So it puts me on both sides of the coin. I totally see the value in your technology, in getting it right, the timing, but then also, I think the preference side. So that's where I'm struggling with the concept.
Yeah, so definitely it bears to be experienced for people, I think, to see the value in it. Now, I will say what's visible to you is that line right at In-N-Out, which I am familiar with, but what you don't see is who didn't get in that line, right? So we're talking about 30% line bulk, and it's a lost opportunity. It's a huge lost revenue opportunity, given that for fast food, a lot of the volume comes through the drive-through. The majority of volume comes through the drive-through, right? So we're not seeing that. So we think we're going to be able to capture those people who value speed and convenience over anything else as a consumer segment. And so I think that's where our value prop is.
Are you
And
also?
if I could,
Oh, sorry.
oh, sorry, if I could add to that, one of the beauties of our system is we're able to add additional stations very easily. So if we do find that we're having higher than expected volume on a site, we'll be able to add more stations to help alleviate that, or add stations nearby that we can direct people to also alleviate that volume.
Would you also put your technology into smaller independents? I mean, I know that's hard because it's onesie twosies, but would you expand and have a business where you put the technology elsewhere?
That's always up for, that's always up for debate. consideration. The way we're thinking of growing and scaling very quickly is actually through franchising at under 200,000 in upfront costs. That is way lower than the 1 million that you usually have to put in for a coffee chain. So we think that there are a lot of very motivated operators out there who will help us grow in a very robust way quickly. And that's what we really want to do, is scale very quickly.
So I'll just share one more voice of the customer. So I waited 25 minutes for my coffee yesterday, which I wasn't happy about at the Independent. But normally I have switched to making my own coffee because a lot of the challenges, only you'll probably laugh, I ran out of filters and rescalers. So you know, definitely understanding the value prop in multiple ways.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. People still like to make it at home. We make it at home as well as going to the drive-thru. And there's like so many different types of consumers when it comes to coffee. So yes. Great. Thank you. Cheyenne?
Hi. So a couple of questions. I've kind of tried a few of these automated kiosks, obviously not drive-through, but robotic, either coffee or food. Here in San Francisco, you know, there are plenty of places you could actually try this stuff out. And my personal experience, and then speaking with some of these the folks who run some of these companies as well, is that the tech is not totally there yet. In terms of accuracy, or, you know, for example, at Cafe X, you know, I had this experience at SFO. I placed the order, and, you know, the robotic arm put the drink at a shelf above the window, so I couldn't grab it. It was completely like just pointless. And I've seen some of these robotic systems break down a lot as well. So have you guys considered service costs? And I'm just curious about the tech, like how you know, whether you're concerned about, you know, accuracy and sort of life of the tech in terms of, you know, breakdowns, et cetera.
Absolutely. I will let Rob take this, but first I want to say that Cafe X uses a robotic arm. It has multiple degrees of freedom, so there's more complication there. And so that just definitely isn't a way to scale. It doesn't, yes, automation can be very difficult, but our automation system is a very effective and practical approach. But I'll let Rob talk more to that.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. Yeah, I would say that using a 6 degree of freedom arm is kind of the, well, it's my pet peeve for automation, where you remove a human, we put this very complicated arm in there with 2 fingers and expect it to perform better. That's why we've really redesigned the whole process for automation. And that includes using a gantry system, which only has a couple of degrees of freedom, but is far more reliable, much faster, and much easier to maintain. And we've also, you know, included a fault detection system within our design effort to make sure not only can we, you know, do this very, very quickly, but also detect if there are any sort of errors within our system as well. So that thing of, you know, putting the drink on the wrong shelf, that would have to be something that we would include in our fault analysis and make sure that we're able to detect those sort of faults and correct them. We also have budgeted within our financials about 4 hours on site of daily maintenance and refurbishment. We think that's a little high, but we're being pretty conservative to make sure as we're getting started, we have a lot of touch time with them as well.
Just one other follow-on question, just go-to-market model wise, you know, while you're I think someone else asked this, but, you know, licensing the tech in terms of place in the drive-through line and prioritizing drinks, have you considered just selling that to other coffee chains?
We have. Again, it is more complex and it will take a lot longer because they do have things like food. For instance, Starbucks has a food menu. Food typically is a lot harder to automate as well. So overall, it would take a long time to adapt our technology to what they're doing. And you don't need food, honestly, to be successful. Like Dutch Bros, they offer like 3 muffin tops. That's it. So it could be something we consider, but I think what we're more excited about is the fact about licensing to operators who, property owners that might have land, right? That's sitting there unused. And so we could put this on there, they could come to us, they would take care of the real estate portion of it, and then we could scale quickly. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways in which we could take this, but I think our main focus now is to get the automation right and then to scale it quickly. Mark.
Great presentation, Jane. I'm not a coffee drinker, to start with that, but I'm married to one. And but in your example, but I do like In-N-Out burgers, and I'll stop at every one I can see. But in the course of this, not having a line can be described as people aren't interested in it, whereas having a line does it. But the reason that there's a line at like an In-N-Out burger or a Starbucks is people like the product. And people like the product because it's of the taste, the flavor, everything else like that, and the whole experience about it. But when you start getting into coffee, you've got things, you know, on your example where you've got your pilot, you had Dunkin' Donuts right there, you had McDonald's right there, you had Starbucks right there.
Yep.
So clearly they spend millions of dollars in brand management. There's a bunch of startups like Bigsby or Scooters or Human Bean or Dunn Brothers or yada, 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 that basically are just coming into the game with a better coffee and marketing. But there wasn't a lot about how you're going to get people to show up in your line so you can show them how fast they can get through it because it's a great tasting coffee. How are you going to run your go-to-market for this?
Yeah, so I think
awareness.
Absolutely. Let me take you to that particular slide. So right now we're capturing, we want to drum up some interest, anticipation with a wait list. We will, to increase adoption of downloading our mobile app, offer 3 drinks for free so people can try it, right? They can see if there is a value prop available to them. You know, there's going to be a lot of other ways in which we'll do very targeted local advertising in order to increase traffic there. To your point about there being a Starbucks and a Dunkin's there, it's almost unavoidable, right? They are both national chains, they're everywhere. I will say that part of our considerable set of criteria for validating what property we wanted to go with was to look at our competition and say, where was it sucking? So that Starbucks actually has a 3.8 star review. And if you read through all the reviews as we did, actually the drive-through gets a ton of complaints, right? People are saying they're sitting there for 45 minutes, take that with a grain of salt, but they're sitting there for a very long time. That Dunkin's there also gets about a 3.7 star review. So we recognize that we have to be close to competition like that because they're just everywhere. But we also look at a lot of other things, like the volume in that area is huge, right? So there's actually, if I can go back to that slide, there's actually so many other businesses there, right? There's a supermarket, there's a gym, this map doesn't even show you all the other small businesses located around there. It is just a hub of activity and it is located off the commuter. And I will say that where we are, east of us, that's all neighborhoods. So when people are headed toward the freeway, they will be hitting us up first. So that's actually very great. Like, you know, we will be within their consideration set. So there's a lot of things we're going to try to do to drive a lot of traffic and interest and adoption. But we need to be in areas where there's a lot of other businesses.
Thank you.
Allison.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that my question was sort of a follow-up to that, which is, does anyone on the team have any kind of real estate experience? Because like this is a case where location is very, very important. And it seems like your first pilot location is a reasonable place to pick. But as you expand, how are you thinking about that?
Yes. So Lewis is our real estate guru, our advisor. He actually specializes in non-traditional real estate. And really what we're looking at in terms of the real estate we need is, you know, enough, and we're under 100 square feet, right? So what we need is about the space of an ATM drive-through, and even our leases are going to be around the same terms, right? So that's a much smaller footprint. And in our conversations with other big commercial property owners, they love that, right? They're willing to consider us where they were, for example, Bolero Group. They were willing to consider us and not Scooters because Scooters is a tiny small 664 square foot property, but they were afraid it was going to block their line of sight. With our small kiosk, they were much more willing to consider us because we're so much smaller. So there's a lot of things going for us within real estate. And what we found in real estate is actually, it's just boots on the ground. It's just hard work, right? So we had a list of 40 sites in our search in a 20-minute radius around where we live. And of those, 6 to 7 of the property owners were interested in working with us. So we believe strongly that this will be very scalable because when people get it, they really get it and they really understand. And some of these property owners were also just like, we are sick and tired of the Starbucks that's already on our property. We're much more willing to consider trialing you.
All right, thank you, Jane. We are at time. So, judges, thank you for your questions. And Jane and Rob, great job. And I've tried the coffee and it is quite good.
Thanks, Grana.
Thank you.
All right, judges, please take a few minutes to submit your score sheet for Team Ping.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster?
Some people just know that the best rate
Hi everyone, my name is Yingqing Huang, founder and CEO of Tandem Biotech. I got an MBA from Chicago Bulls in 2009. Tando's mission is providing cost-efficient, eco-friendly, and large-scale bioproduction tools. Bioproduction through a microorganism will redefine use a microorganism to produce various medicines, food ingredients, biodegradable polymer, biofuel, and much more. And growing a bioreactor, microorganisms are much more resource efficient, do not use nearly as much land and waters, and they are disease and weatherproof, much more dependable. I have no doubt that bioeconomy will transform our society given times, and this will require new manufacturing capacity, 100 to 1,000 times than what we have today. Filtration is the most popular operation in bioprocessing. However, current biofiltration technology is a lack of scalability and is too expensive and generate a lot of plastic waste. Filtration is the only critical steps that do not allow continuous operation, as the filter always get clogged and requires time and labor to clean and replace. Batch operation also brings much indirect cost and is also hard to automate. All of this prevented a continuous bioprocess and drive up the production cost. Tanda can solve the problem with our modular-based systems and the revolutionary filter designs. Our modular-based system not only can increase the capacity and bring more flexibilities, but more importantly, by allowing filters at a different module to take turns be cleaned and regenerated and put back to work. It can therefore eliminate system downtime and enable continuous bioprocesses. Additionally, our filters with a revolutionary flow channel design are much more resource efficient, can save 50% more electricity, and the membrane is less prone to clog, easier, faster, cheaper to cleanse. Altogether, we can increase capacity dramatically, and through the technical breakthrough and the economic skills, we can save 50 to 80% more on a capex and opex, while reducing majority of the plastic waste. Our technology can be applied in all critical filtration steps for productions. Start from the sterile filtration of buffer, culture media, to the sterile harvest, and to the final product purification and formulations. Additionally, our technology can connect the dots and enable streamlined end-to-end continuous bioproductions, and also further enable high-level automation. This can further reduce manufacturing costs by 30 to 50% at least. We make money from the capital sales of filtration equipment, and we can also have a recurring revenue from engineering services of equipment and the system components, and as well as distribution, cleaning reagent, and medium components. The recurring revenue will become an increasing portion of a part of our total sales over time. bioeconomy is currently growing at a 25% more annually, and expect to reach $1 trillion in 15 to 20 years. Filtration step typically contribute to a 5 to 10% of a total production cost. The growing bioeconomy for various applications will bring multi-billion dollars obtainable market for our technologies. And also our technology represents advancement in filtration and not limited to specific application or specific industries. Additional multi-billion dollars exist in the food and beverage, biotech, and other industry as well. I think China has the right team to monetize these opportunities. I have more than 24 years experience, equally in technical and the commercial side, and previously has helped hundreds of customers in addressing their application needs and process development. Eric is our head of filter design. He has more than 15 years in the filter engineering. Colin has more than 30 years in the system automation, helped develop multiple automated filtration systems. Tony is a seasoned business executive in filtration companies. And under his leadership, we have brought multiple innovative products to solve mission-critical problems, including providing critical filtration solutions for COVID mRNA vaccines for both Pfizer and Moderna. And we have also have great connections with a capable sales team worldwide who will be able to help us when our product's ready. Our product represents essential tools for larger scale commodity bioproductions, and it can save CapEx, OpEx, and reduce product waste over many critical application steps, including sterile filtration. And then our technology can only technically viable solution for cell separation, for process identification, for production scale above 5,000 liters. Our product can certainly be able to help the final product formulation and then the product purification as well. Together, our solution can streamline the operation of the bioproduction and enable end-to-end bioprocessing. Since we started tunnel back in last June, we made a significant progress. We currently have a non-pending patent covering filter design, filtration system design, and method of use. We have one more patent to be filed next week. We have a completed proof of concept and test our product, and then we're planning for initial low volume production of our filters. And we have a complete majority program for our systems. We have also on the sales side, we have achieved a small revenue from a prototype sales and a process consultants. And we have a $10,000 order pending, and we have 5 more committed customer trials in coming months. So we expect to launch our filter and the system by the end of the year, and the Q1 next year the latest. On the sales, we engage our customer when they're R&D phase and grow with them from the R&D to pilot to commercial. And we're started with synthetic biological industries, including precision fermentation and some cultivated meat accounts, and then move over to biotech, food, beverage, and other industry where our technology is more mature. Our technology represents a key solution for cost-efficient, larger scale manufacturing technologies. So we expect exponential growth as our customer move from R&D to piloted production scales and be able to reach sales about $40 to $60 million within 5 years. We do have a strategy to further strengthen and sustain our technical advantage and as well as IP by innovating in 4 different directions. We already filed some basic IP to protect our innovations. We also have planned to expand our offering to include complementary technology so we can provide end-to-end bioprocessing solution for our customers. In the future, we also plan to offer processing as a service as well. So we can help provide a process solution for the customer at the customer site. Our goal is to become the market leader in liquid processing for biomanufacturing in 10 to 15 years, and take 3 to 5% of a value chain of the relevant industries. We're taking an asset-light operation strategy by outsourcing hardware design and hardware fabrications, including filter and system, but keep product development, QC, software, marketing, sales in-house. We're looking for $1.5 million for initial low-volume filter production, develop an automated system for filtration, and realize sales about $40 million to $500,000 in the next 12 months. Thank you for your time, and willing to handle take your questions.
Thank you, Yingxing. Judges, please raise your hand if you have a question. Yingxing, can you see the judges' hands?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead and call on them.
I'll start from Addison.
Yeah, nice job. And I apologize if there's background noise now. Can you talk about the actual like manufacturing production of your tools? Like, what does the supply chain look like? Like, what do you need any proprietary parts developed, etc.? How much can you manufacture them for, and how much can you sell them for?
Oh yeah, thank you. Very good questions. So we don't make it. What I was to speak, we don't make a membrane, and then we use someone else's membrane, but there is a reusable. They have a large scale production available. What do? We customize the design of the filters, and then we decide to use a modular concept. So use a common parts, and then we can easily have someone to assemble the filters together very easily. We can take a similar concept of system designs. So the beauty of modular designs, that we can have someone make the order, we can put them together. So you can see here, so basically represent each of filtrations using the several module. Each module can be do not take a lot of space. We can have customer, we can have our supplier to put them together for us, and then we do the final testing.
And how much?
Of course, we keep the IP. Go ahead.
No, and so how much does it cost you in total to build it, to produce it, and then how much are you selling it for?
So here is a breakdown of the system. Depends on the batch size and how many modules you want. So we cost about $50,000 to $2 million per system, and then we're priced at about a 50% margin. Yeah, we like to take like a model of Apple. So they don't make hardwares, but they keep the hardware, the design, and the others.
You have other questions, so you can keep calling on judges.
Yeah, Beth?
Yeah, I great presentation. I love innovation in manufacturing from multiple perspectives. Just the overall smart manufacturing. So you're installing on the slide this equipment, or you have the tool that goes into existing?
Go to, yeah, so I'm not sure I got your question, so can you say it again?
Your innovation is taking someone else's filter and then creating this equipment, or it's the tools that are in filtration equipment?
So yeah, so our solutions include like this one. You can see the systems and the filter inside the systems, and then both. So also we can offer additional sensor like valves and other things. So together we're providing integrated solution to our customers, and that will help them develop, optimize their processes.
Maybe I can help. Maybe I can help. Having worked with these processes before, if I could ask the question a slightly different way, how easy is it for a manufacturer to change over to your filtration system? How does your system plug into their existing manufacturing operations? Beth, I don't know if that's what you were driving
Yeah,
at,
no, thanks, Waverly. And what I'm trying to draw then the conclusion here is, I loved the efficiency statistics, et cetera. But then I'm curious, you wanted to understand that, but curious why you think it would take 10 years to really ramp this up. So my perspective and my bias are too, I've worked for Avery Dennison and walked the manufacturing floors for ISO certification. I'm no expert in manufacturing. And I work today with the data and edge type things in manufacturing. So it seems really appealing. Wanted to understand that, and then wanted to understand why the 10 years.
Oh yeah, very good question. So we're looking to see different target industries. For pharmaceuticals, we follow their product development cycles. And then if a new drug development take 10 years, we take 10 years. And then for like a food and beverage, they take their equipment is established. They change their equipment every 10 to 20 years. So we need to, if we want to cut in, we need for the older equipment to retire, unless there's an urgent need to adopt our products. For precision fermentation, including sterile cut of the meat, and then precision fermentation for milk and etc. So we're waiting for them to develop. So their problem is hindering not our production capacity, but how their product is adopted by the broad audience, by the end users. So we can, if the customer pick up, I don't think we should be able to meet their demand with our operation models.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't want to take up any more time. I want the other judges, but also what I'm thinking about is a lot of manufacturing now is becoming, data, right? A data company too. So anyway, we'll move on. But thank you.
Yeah, John.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Actually, my question relates to the earlier questions, actually, which is, could you clarify when you're selling this into a customer, is it replacing current expenditure, or is it completely new expenditure?
It depends on the industries. For like a cell culture meat and precision fermentations, it's just a new order, so they don't have an existing capacity yet. We're more towards the new capacity. So we don't need to do too much customization for that. For larger sector, we might need to involve a little more. So basically, we can use our filter and the customer structure and the setup to put it in their existing filtration system. So therefore, they can get double or triple the capacity without changing their pump systems. Do I answer your questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jack, David, Lefebvre. Yeah, thank you.
Just a clarification question on how mature your prototype was. Did it validate feasibility, and maybe more importantly, was it made utilizing bioproduction techniques?
Yeah, so I can show you. Can you see my images? So we're making stainless steel. Yeah, I'm not sure the background. Yeah, stainless steel, and then we have to do a testing, feasibility testing. Let me see if I can get you testing results. So we realize this is a blue printout filter, and the y-axis is a flux, and then the horizontal axis is time. So our filter really is just do not get clogged as traditional filters. And then in the meantime, this is also done with the 50% less utility consumptions. Yeah. So we're, as your another question, so we're working on manufacturing technology right now. So hopefully do things in a much cheaper way. Currently, we're using 3D printing for that.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, we're doing develop a customized molding in the slow volume production right now. Hey, Josh, Kevin, Lineker.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting market opportunity. I may have missed it. Did you have kind of a basic forecast? Because one of the things I saw on one of the slides was a kind of processing as a service or something equivalent. Knowing what I know about manufacturers, CapEx is always tough. You know, it's very expensive. These are very capital intensive businesses, and anything you can do to help them reduce CapEx is valuable, right? And so I was curious as to how you thought about kind of your move towards, I don't know what you called it. I saw it on a slide somewhere about like processing as a service. It seems to me that might be a pretty big opportunity for you to help these folks avoid, you know, some of that initial CapEx and then share in the relative cost savings and efficiency as part of your kind of ongoing recurring revenue stream. Plus, as everybody on the call knows, I'm sure those recurring revenue streams are much more valuable than kind of these one-time sale events. So curious as to your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have helped hundreds of customers in process development. So many of the company and startup is funded by the scientists and not by a process engineer. So I'm a chemical engineer in training. So I know how hard it is for scientists to do engineering work, and then not very efficient. So what I want to do? So initially we provide a CapEx and provide let's start beginning. So our solution represents a low cost capacity, a cost efficient capacity, and eco-friendly as well to the end users. And then, but we feel the customer must still have challenges to build, integrate end-to-end processes. So it's our strategy to further develop and complementary technologies, and so we can offer continuous bioprocessing solution to the customers. And this is a service. And in the future, ideally, we like to take like a GE's mode, so a GE innovation. So they basically selling the engine time to the airline. So they don't sell the engine, sell engine time to airline. I think that there are good chance we can do that. So we don't do a CDM manufacturing in their own facility, but we can help customer provide capacity in customer's capacity. That's what we try to do. This is of course waiting after we become big enough to strong enough to offer that, and then we can be the brain for all the customer, not just for each individual customer, with a centralized knowledge. So where we can learn the insight from one customer and help them with more people globally. And this will also make the whole industry more efficient. And then this also brings a recurring revenue for us as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. And more questions?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ying, and thank you, judges.
Thank you.
All right, judges, please take a few minutes to submit your score sheet for Tanda Biotech. And then we have our last team for the day, which is Panacea. Ariadne, are you here? Yeah, I see you.
Yep, I am here. I just started sharing my screen, so you can let me know Right. Well, thank you, everyone. Last but not least, so happy to be with you. I'm Ariadne, co-founder and CEO of Panacea. And Panacea is a patient management platform for care managers who are specialized nurses that coordinate care to enable families to keep their loved ones healthy and out of the hospital. 1 in 6 adults in the US today is taking care of an elder. It has been me with my grandmother. It's been my co-founder Jay with his parents. And statistically, it's probably a lot of people in the audience today. And for those that have lived it, it's really hard work. So from my family's experience, it was trying to become an expert in strokes and dementia and cancer, at the same time coordinating care across multiple specialists, and then handling the logistics for just simple things like housing, food, transportation remotely as we lived in a different city. And then on top of that, you add all the complexity about healthcare financing. So for those that have lived it, it's really hard work. And that's why we are really excited to be supporting professionals that specialize in precisely helping with this situation. And they're called care managers. They're nurses or social workers by training, but it's a very proven model that patients that engage with care managers are 3 times less likely to have unmet medical needs, and they're significantly less likely to be hospitalized. The problem is that, frankly, there's not enough people with the expertise that you need to do this job well to combine that clinical, social, and financial skills. And that means that the ones that do exist are being asked to manage up to 100 patients at the same time. And we've heard from our customers, but I've also seen it firsthand when I was managing Humana's 1,000-person care management team, that with this many patients, it's really chaotic. Without a good platform in place, they can't focus on providing the best possible care for their patients. And that's what we're building at Panacea. It's a care manager's co-pilot for the 21st century. So our platform is one place where they can streamline all of their information on their patients and prioritize their work. This allows them to manage larger caseloads. It also reduces the amount of time they're spending on documentation, which is currently about half of their day. So we've incorporated AI and LLMs to allow them to really focus on delivering care and not just on documentation. And finally, it integrates with secure messaging platforms so that they can engage patients how they want to be engaged, which in this day and age is usually SMS or emails. And this means that the care manager can keep them engaged to achieve those better outcomes in the program. So we're going after a $15 billion market. Software for care managers specifically is a $1 billion opportunity, and we can capture a third of that market over time. Now, this market is split into 3 segments. There are teams of care managers that are employed by providers or hospital systems, teams that exist within health insurance companies or health plans, and then finally, independent small businesses that are hired directly by families that pay an hourly rate for the care manager to coordinate that care. We've specifically targeted the independent market as our initial customer because they have a shorter sales cycle and less regulation. So this allows us to get a lot of feedback and iterate quickly. And that's exactly what we've been doing. So we launched our first MVP in November of 2023. We took feedback from those initial users and then launched a version of our platform that could support solo practitioners in March of 2024. This month, we are launching our platform that supports a whole team of care managers. And we have, by the end of the month, 13 care managers that will be using our platform across 4 different organizations. We will start generating revenue in June. We had given these initial users a free pilot, but it's been a big investment on them to incorporate all of their patient data into our platform. And so we believe our platform will be quite sticky. For the rest of this year, we're really focused on increasing our users. We have 25 care managers in the pipeline already. We're also working on developing strategic partnerships with universities, professional associations, and other service providers in the space to grow our market share. And then in 2025 and onwards, we're really targeting moving up market to be able to support care management teams within enterprises. Specifically, we're going to be focusing on regional health plans next, just given my background in that space. So our platform is different from existing options because 1, we integrate with other technology. This means scheduling, communications, billing platforms. And by doing so, we reduce the duplication of information. And this means that care managers can save that time and focus more on the patients. The second thing we do is that we're built so that each organization can really customize it to their needs, whether that means, a slightly different initial assessment, or changing the rates or something like that. So in the independent space, there are two major competitors. That's CareTreat and MyJuna. Both are 5 to 10-year-old softwares. They don't integrate with any other software, and they aren't customizable. Even something as simple as wanting to change your intake form is a multi-day process working with their engineering team. For them to move up market, they would need to re-architect their platforms, and they would actually be behind where we are today as far as development. As we think about going up market in the health plan space, our major competitors there are Guiding Care out of Health Edge and Zyder's True Care platform. Both of them are similarly 10-year-old software that's very manual and siloed. In other verticals, we're watching Point Click Care, which is a nursing home platform that has done a very good job of having an integrated approach. They have an entire marketplace of integrations, which is something we're emulating with our own development. And then Genic, which is about 5 years old. It exclusively sells into health systems, but it has a very robust onboarding process to really help those organizations customize it for their particular needs. And that's also something that we're emulating. We sell our software for a monthly licensing fee, so we charge $150 per care manager per month in the independent market. This is on par with competitors in that market and the value we generate for those smaller organizations through increasing their billable capacity. In the health plan market, we are planning to charge $800 per care manager. That higher price point is driven by the much higher caseloads that these organizations are handling and the higher value we can drive for those organizations through improving their patient engagement and outcomes. Like I said, we will begin generating revenue next month. For the next 18 months, our revenue is predominantly coming for those independent small businesses. As with the larger enterprises, the sales cycle is 12 months or longer. We are intending to start with a health plan in 2025 and then continuing to grow into that space. We can break even by 2026 and we'll be generating over $3 million in ARR by 2027. Our team has direct experience in care management. I worked at Humana's care management team. We've also recruited a strong group of clinical advisors and have been very intentional to look for advisors that bring expertise from care management in multiple segments. This way, we're really thinking about that long-term development of the platform and making sure we're building in a way that it can be integrated within the larger enterprises. My two technical co-founders, Jay and Ashish, are on the line today as well. They've been building the prototype entirely in-house, and this is what has allowed us to iterate really quickly and develop so fast. Jay, in particular, comes from a background of working with oncology platforms and has that expertise working with healthcare data and the security issues that arise from that. And we are currently raising a $750,000 round. This will give us runway for 18 to 24 months to scale our prototype to be enterprise ready, grow our existing customer base, and enter into that health plan market. So we're really excited to continue building the infrastructure for care managers and would be happy to answer any questions. Okay, I see that Kevin has raised your hand.
Hi. Yeah, good presentation. Having done some of this myself, I know exactly the need. There's a huge market and it's only growing as we all age, right? The boomers are all retiring and need more and more help. So huge market opportunity. One of the things I'm curious about is, I think you referenced in one of your slides that one of your potential competitors had a breach. I assume the data you're collecting here is HIPAA related. I mean, having gone through 2 companies, we had to create HIPAA compliant platforms. It's hugely expensive and time consuming. Where's that in the plan and what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll let Jay handle that question because he's leading that work.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. So essentially, we have already talked to a provider who's going to help through that process. One of the bigger things here is compliance from an infrastructure perspective, like building the devs tools, everything around that. So we are actually integrating a monitoring platform which will track everything we do from every single line of code that's written to every data point that we store in our services. And we're going through that right now. We have already engaged with them. So I think for us, it's a 3 to 4 weeks process, primarily because of the way everything is architected. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we take HIPAA compliance very seriously. We are, a HIPAA entity, and Jay has previous experience in doing that as well for his previous employer. So happy to answer any follow-up questions there.
All right, thank you.
Beth?
Yeah, great presentation. Curious, so I'm just trying to get my arms around your model. Is it more trying to go and do the value-based play and plug into places that are used to doing this, like Select Health and Intermountain or Highmark and Allegheny? So have you considered, a more focus with like a big fish like that that's set up to do these things efficiently? And the other thing, a lot of companies have started out as software and then become provider organizations, sort of that virtual first approach, which I think is the one area that's really, getting good traction. So just wondered if, with those two models that work well in other areas, if it's virtual cardiac rehab, if it's obesity, things like that, I'm wondering if you can scale quicker by targeting these types of business models.
Yeah, that's a great question. So your first question was basically, could we go after the bigger fish in the market, whether that's a health system or just like a much broader entity? That's definitely where we are angling in order to be able to service them. We need to finish the building of our platform, and also we want to go into those conversations with case studies from teams of care managers that are using it today and be able to show both the productivity gains but also the outcomes benefits for them. So that's very much our plan, starting with these smaller organizations to build up that evidence, iterate our platform, and then go after those bigger players. I think your second question, if I understood it, was really around like in the long term, are we going to be a purely software play, or is there the option of being like a software plus services model? That's definitely something that we have been considering. That is a model that I have seen work well in other places. I think the reality is for today, we are very focused on continuing to build out that software and would not launch services in the next 12 to 18 months. But that is something that we would consider after that if it makes sense at the time.
Great, thanks.
Mark?
Very clear presentation, but I missed in trying to understand your business model. I saw your revenue forecast, aspirational revenue forecast, but I didn't see any expenses on it. Do you have a more detailed financials showing what you anticipate your burn and the like to be?
Yes, that's a great question. Our burn to date has been incredibly low. We've only spent about $5,000 to get here. We've done that by not paying the founding team a salary. And, I think it speaks to the dedication of the team and our complementary skills that we've been able to roll this out with that. As far as moving forward, so basically without the salaries, our burn right now is less than $500 a month for the technical stuff. As far as moving forward, we would like to accelerate both by bringing on more team members and also just being able to do more sales activities. So moving forward, we were going to have a burn that's closer to $10,000 to $20,000 per month, depending on how fast we accelerate there.
And anything in marketing or other expenses that, just something to see how long your ask is going to last you.
Yeah, so the ask would last us 18 to 24 months. Our marketing right now is predominantly through professional associations and conferences. So that's the spending there, but it's very much a person-led sales process because of how a lot of these organizations work. So the actual spend there is in salaries and conferences, not in any sort of paid advertising.
All right, thanks.
Allison?
Yeah, nice job. Could you talk a little bit more actually about how the care managers actually use the platform? How does it interact with other parts of the business? And how does it interact with patients?
Yeah, that's a great question. So here, maybe it's helpful to just show the workflow at a high level. This is true for the independent care managers. This is also true for care management teams at enterprises. Our tool right now is purely an internal tool, so patients do not interact with it. Only the care managers would be interacting with it. They can use our tool for this patient identification portion, they use our tool to kind of track where patients are. If they're kind of like in that considering working with a care manager, they'll see that. Then once they've actually signed on to work with a care manager, our platform allows them to complete their assessments with that individual virtually, document the care plan that they have, and then track their progress to plan in the platform and evaluate for their population how they're doing on achieving those outcomes and if they need to, adjust it in any way. Did that answer your question, or was there a follow-up there?
Yeah, just like, do the patients interact with the platform at all, or is it just really like backend SaaS for the care managers?
Today, we are purely backend SaaS for the care managers. I think in the long term, we are considering what that would look like from a patient perspective if they want to interact with their care manager through our platform, but that's not on the development for the next like 6 to 9 months. Waverly?
Hi. You talk about one of your competitive differentiators as being integrated with other systems so that there's a lack of duplication of data and things like that. What systems are you integrated in, and what systems are these care managers using today?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll start, and then my team can also weigh in on this one. So today, a big feature that people have loved, frankly, is our ability to integrate with just survey generators, right? Like they're doing most of their assessment on pen and paper. And we've been able to just build that feature in very quickly through any of the the Google Forms, et cetera, like things. Where we are integrating also is with more CRM systems, especially around that patient identification piece for them to be able to track them. And then on the implementation of the plan, we are working on integrating with EHR systems so they will actually get notifications if they get hospitalized or something happens with them, versus today they might not find out for quite some time when they call to check in and see that something has happened. Jay, was there anything you would like to add there?
Yeah, definitely. So essentially on our roadmap, we also have the ability to integrate with for accounting software. Right now they're using QuickBooks or something else as a separate platform, but there are APIs we can already use to do that. So we are using Stripe to already integrate and give them a more robust billing solution. That's been a big requirement from their side for their workflow. The other thing is like auto scheduling. Right now, to schedule an appointment with the patient or schedule an appointment for the patient with the doctor, they're playing a game of one tag. So there are already solutions out there we can start playing around with, even AI solutions. And on top of that, of course, like the AI providers themselves, where we can anonymize the data, but also provide them a co-pilot. So instead of doing the documentation themselves or asking where the patient is, where it's going, what those anomalies are in patient outcomes, we can already provide those analytics. So those are high-level integrations we are looking at. If you have questions for specific ones, we can go in detail.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, thanks. It occurs to me that, again, my background is tech and biopharma, and biopharma is moving towards models based on pay for performance, however you want to, outcomes-based analytics, et cetera. Have you thought about the value of your data? Not just because one of the things I find is sitting on a couple of boards of tech companies that service healthcare systems, and healthcare systems are massive bureaucracies that have no money, right? And then there's big pharma, right? Which is massive bureaucracy that have lots of money, right? And so something I wonder if you've thought about is the value of this data and how you might think about helping that to support the cost of the platform. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great call out. I do know there are some pharma companies that do actually run care management teams. It is, very disease specific for whatever product they have in their portfolio. We haven't done a lot of exploration there, to be honest. We've been like laser focused on the market we are in today, but I do think there is a lot of opportunity, especially as you think about growing and kind of being that central hub for the care management team and all the patients they're touching and what is working and where there's opportunities. So that's where we're really excited. Frankly, we're kind of at the stage where we're building the foundation today. And once we have that foundation, we think there's a lot of cool opportunities we can go after. Beth?
Yeah, just one more comment on, I'm glad you mentioned the integration with the EHRs. One of the major pain points that was called out on some of the panels and programming at the recent Vive conference was just around getting the medical records. So, and no one's found an easy way to do that. So I'm not suggesting that you go tackle an efficiency service like that, but that's one thing that similar companies that started out with software providing, then in this case, they were more virtual first providers like for GI, for obesity, but you know, that's something to consider because it's time consuming. So glad that you're considering the EHR, that's part of it, but you know, collecting all the medical records or tapping into HIEs and all of those pieces.
Yeah, that's a great call out. There is a lot of people in the space specifically around like direct to consumer products where you can synthesize all of your medical records in one place. And we've actually been talking to several of them to see what that integration would look like as a way for both the individual to have all of their medical records in one place, but then to also just grant access to their care manager and us to be able to synthesize it like that. So it's definitely something that we are excited to see continue improving. It's definitely a big area of issue in healthcare in general, and hopefully we can, you know, work together with them in the future as well.
Yep, great.
Kevin, did you have a follow-up question?
Nope, sorry, forgot to turn my hand down. Sorry about that.
No worries. Any other questions?
I can ask another one. Can you talk a little bit more about the go-to-market motion, like particularly like how you're going to get into the independent providers and then move up market?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we have been doing today in terms of connecting with people is a lot of outreach through their professional associations and through very targeted conferences. We have also launched our own podcast to make us, you know, kind of like a hub of resources for these independent and organizations that are really looking for best practices. Something we hear a lot talking with them is that it feels like very lonely work, right? Like they're one of only a couple providers in their community. And so really trying to position ourselves to be a place where you not only get the software, but you get the resources to come along with that. So I would say there's two groups of people that we are onboarding so far. One is people that are coming from just pen and paper. And so that conversation is more about them wanting to now scale their organization. What worked for one or two people on pen and paper doesn't really work when you now are trying to grow your team to 5 or more individuals. The other group is coming from using a competitor. So there, you know, the conversation is much more about our functionality and how it's better than what exists in the competition. As we go up market, what we are developing with these initial users are case studies to show the impact on their productivity, on their overall organization health and growth and those outcomes. And so that's what we are taking to those larger organizations that we are, again, connecting through mostly conferences, associations, et cetera. We're actually speaking at the National Care Management Symposium in October about workflow optimization. So we're very excited about that. Sorry, I see Beth, you raised your hand. Do you have a question?
Just another thought. When I competed in Mass Challenge, there was a company, Care. I have not followed them, but they actually won the overall competition, and they were an app for doing the same thing, but coordinating with friends and family. So not actual medical care, but handling all of that. So I might take a look at them. I don't know what their successes or challenges have been lately, but they are in an adjacent area.
Awesome. I will look them up. I hadn't come across that name before.
Yeah. I think it's IANA. And they had a lot of interest from Anthem in the Boston group. That was a couple years ago.
Thank you for letting me know. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the feedback. I will hand it back over to Garona.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great job, Ariadne and the Panacea team. This concludes our event. Thank you all for your stamina, your time, your energy, your terrific questions, and teams. You really did a fantastic job. I've been so impressed with all of your progress and all the time and commitment you've put into this program, and of course, your businesses. Just a few next steps. So teams, you are welcome to drop out of this Zoom meeting because this concludes our event. Judges, we're going to take about a 35-minute break, and then we'll be back at 1 p.m. Central Time to deliberate and choose which teams will get investment from the Polsky Center. And we're also supposed to have Samir Mayakar, who's the Polsky Center Managing Director, come on to give a few remarks, but I don't think I see him yet. So yeah, but he joined the Polsky Center last year, and we're really lucky to have him. Prior to the Polsky Center, he was the deputy mayor for the city of Chicago, and he has launched his own startup company called Nanograph Corporation, which is a global manufacturer of advanced materials for the lithium-ion battery industry. And he helped that company raise over $100 million in funding. And that company was spun out of Argonne National Laboratory at Northwestern University. So again, we're super lucky to have him at the Polsky Center. And hopefully he can join on in a minute or two. If not, again, thank you everyone for joining on the live stream, and for all of our teams and judges. You are the best. We're so proud of all of you, and we appreciate you helping us really excel this program and make it what it is today. So with that, we will go ahead and take a 35-minute break. And judges, please be back at 1 p.m. Central. Okay, and sorry, we do have Samir here. So if everyone's on, he's just gonna say a few things for like. He served as a deputy mayor for the city of Chicago, and he knows firsthand the joys and challenges of launching his own startup. Samir co-founded and served as CEO of Nanograph Corporation, which is a global manufacturer of advanced materials for the lithium-ion battery industry that has raised over $100 million in funding and was spun out of Argonne National Laboratory and Northwestern University. Welcome, Samir.
Thanks, Garana, and good afternoon to those of you here in this time zone, but hello to all of you in all time zones. It's just really great to be here, and those pitches were outstanding. I have to say this was personal for me because my company, it's called Nanograph. It was actually born out of something like this. We got our start losing many business plan competitions for about a year, and then we spent a year winning many business plan competitions and venture challenges, and that's how we got our seed round of funding. So I'm so glad to see all of you pitching, and congratulations to all the finalists. You know, one of my favorite things about the Alumni New Venture Challenge is that it really does recruit teams from all around the globe. And it's, you know, it really exemplifies, I think, the reach of the University of Chicago. So our hope is that this can be a powerful vehicle for building a global network of entrepreneurs that support each other. I will tell you from my business with my MBA cohorts, we built our company around the world, and it was really that alumni network that helped us expand the startup. And so in order to keep our global network growing as U Chicago, we really need more entrepreneurs. So it's a call to action. If you're an alum out there in the audience today virtually, I would definitely encourage you to get involved with our team at the Polsky Center, so you can help being part of building the next generation of entrepreneurs. So I have a few thank yous. I'd just like to thank all of you in our audience today for tuning in all across the globe to hear our teams and to connect with our startups, because we really feel your support and participation. The second thing I want to do is to thank our distinguished judges who took time out of their very busy schedules to be here to support our alumni entrepreneurs. You asked very thoughtful questions, and those are going to help make startups stronger. Just like I mentioned, that process made my startup stronger, regardless of who is awarded the investment. And so even though with the ANVC process, we're always excited about the money, and it's really about education and connecting entrepreneurs, which is the heart of our program and why we're here. I'd also like to thank our many co-chairs and mentors from all across the world. We have alumni co-chairs in Asia Pacific, in EMEA, in Latin America, on the East and West Coast of the US, and certainly here in the Midwest, who have led these ANVC efforts to give us the reach that we have. And now for the winners, after the judges deliberate, we're going to send an email announcement out sometime in the next 24 hours with those results. We're going to wish the teams luck, and everyone's going to hold their breath as to who wins. But I bid you all farewell, and thanks for making this 6th annual ANVC a great success. And I'm especially grateful to my team who helped put this all together.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Samir. We